We are just waiting for the panelists and participants to join. We will be beginning shortly.
Check one, T. Hello. Hello.
Namaste and good morning. A very warm welcome to everyone. Today, we have gathered here to mark the launch of the India chapter of DiSTO through a two-day symposium followed by a two-day student-led workshop. The DiSTO, From Digital Skills to Tangible Outcomes initiative, hosted by Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics and Political Science, focuses on developing and enhancing measures and models that assesses people's digital skills, digital engagement, and outcomes of information and communications technologies use. By mapping these factors onto societal inequalities, DiSTO aims to drive a positive change. Till now, DiSTO has been successfully undertaken across 8 countries: UK, Netherlands, Spain, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay, USA, and Kuwait. Now, we join these 8 countries in taking up this initiative. In India, the initiative has been led by Policy and Development Advisory Group in collaboration with the School of Journalism and New Media Studies, IGNOU. Dr. Ellen Helsper, Professor of Digital Inequalities, Department of Media and Communications, LAC, serves as the global convener for the project. The next 2 days will feature a series of engaging panel discussions and conversations around the theme of digital inclusion and empowerment in India. The panels would be graced by a diverse range of participants, including esteemed academicians, seasoned practitioners, and influential policymakers. The collective insights will help unpack the nuances around the prevailing digital cultures in the country and will deliberate upon pathways to ensure digital inclusion and empowerment, particularly of the marginalized communities. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Arindam Banerjee, co-founder and partner Policy and Development Advisory Group, for his introductory remark and for setting the context.
A warm welcome. Thank you, Bhargavi. I'm audible? Yeah. So warm welcome to each and everyone who has made it here in person, who are still making it here in person, and those who have joined us online and those who are still contemplating joining us online. Your presence itself, I believe, is a testament of your strong interest in the broader theme of this two-day symposium, followed by a two-day researcher workshop that will be held in IGNOU. I'd just like to take all of you back to 2 years from now, 2 years back from now, when on June 2nd, 2021, a special bench of now the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, L.N. Rao, and S. Ravindra Bhatt at the Supreme Court said in a judgment that since the central government during that time had made COVID registration mandatory for vaccination, how is it going to address the issue of digital divide facing the country? Quoting an NSSO 2018 report, they mentioned in the judgment that only 4% of the country's rural households and 23% of the country's urban households have access to computers. The Supreme Court said and expressed concern over the vaccine policy, which was the need of the hour at that point, while highlighting the gaping digital divide in India. And I quote a line from that judgment. There's a digital divide between the urban and rural households. Any kind of policy implementation relying on a digital portal would be always unable to meet the actual targets. Marginalized sections of the society will bear the brunt of this digital divide, and it potentially in the near future have serious implications on the fundamental right to equality, right to dignity, and right to equal health. On this context, I'd like to introduce the symposium that we are now a part of, Digital Inclusion and Empowerment in India. Collaborations from IGNOU, as mentioned by Bhargavi, and we are just pleased to have with us Dr. Ellen Helsper, one of the leading scholars on digital inequalities in the entire world, and PDAG, which is us, as a social impact enterprise, which works with public policy professionals, policymakers, researchers, and other collaborators, multilaterals, where our work over the last 5 years has attempted to invigorate the entire idea of drawing back the public into public policy, which we feel have sometimes been kind of, pushed back at the outliers or the margins with the entire glitz and glory and the entire, I would say, the blitz that public policy often bring with it. As you could see, there are 8 countries in which DiSTO, which is from digital skills to tangible outcome project, which LSE and the Department of Media and Communications in LSE with Dr. Helsper as a global convener has already taken. This 2-day symposium is actually not an output. It, I believe, is a beginning to better understand from all of you who have come here, all of you who will be coming tomorrow, as practitioners, as researchers, as philanthropists, as members and representatives of civil society organizations, and also other research and advisory firms and institutions. The ideas, some of the challenges, and some of the best work that is being done in terms of practice, questions that are currently being explored beyond the gleam and the shine of digital India, to understand better how the entire nuanced perspective of digital public infrastructure, the financial payments interface, the entire tech-enabled, digital-only, tech-first infrastructure around public policy and government welfare programs that have now become the norm of the day. What's happening in the ecosystem? And lastly, how they can inform the agenda going forward together, if not with all of you, with some of you, and how DiSTO India can then kind of shape up with most of you as probably individual or institutional collaborators going forward, some kind of an initiative which would then, with coordination, cooperation, and cohesion, can kind of bring some kind of strong evidence around some of the questions and the themes that we're going to discuss for the next 2 days. And rather than saying they're going to solve it, kind of work it out to see what is possible. And just to kind of glean on the surface of some of the stark kind of pointers around digital divide, again, drawing back to the Supreme Court's observation 2 years back. And this is again the NFHS survey figures on your extreme right, which is the latest round that happened 2019-21, the results of which were published last year. And I would not kind of read out, but if you could see, I mean, 48% does not use the internet. And by the sheer proportion of that, it's around 714 million people in the country. More than that, looking at the gender divide, only 54% of women between the ages of 15 to 49 own a mobile phone that they themselves use. And a lot of studies, I believe, from a lot of you have also brought this point out, that it's not only sufficient to have a mobile phone, it's also about who gets to use it and for what purpose do you get to use it. Census 2011, again, 11 years back, 31% of the entire tribal households in the country could own a cell phone. Definitely that have increased. How much remains to be seen with probably when the census comes up next time. And if you look at some of the industry studies that have happened of late, the IMI, which is the body of the Mobile Associations of India, which is a central kind of creative that you can see here. Even they acknowledge that there's a huge gender gap in internet usage. 51% of the male population in India has used the internet at some point of time. 36% of the female population in India has used the internet at some point of time. And again, if you look at the disparities in terms of the digital disparities, 71% of the people in urban areas are active internet users. 41% of the people in rural areas are active internet users. However, there is a promising trend there, because when we are going through this IMI report, what came up is the rate of penetration of mobile connectivity and usage is faster in rural areas compared to what is there in urban areas. One of the reasons possibly being that urban has probably reached a sense of saturation. And probably the new rates that would come up in urban would be those who are migrating from the rural to the urban. And 56% of the net internet commerce users are male active internet users, and 42% of the net e-commerce users are female active internet users. And if you just look at the socio and cultural challenges to probably digital inclusion in India, again, the gender gap, the urban-rural inequalities, spatial inequalities, some of the themes that we might discuss tomorrow in terms of how digital infrastructure has kind of propagated at the ground level. We can speak of 5G, but can a village panchayat in Dantewada boast of having a 5G? Or even if they can have the 5G, how much efficiently can that be used? So these are obviously, and again, language barriers. I mean, there are some very interesting work being done right now. I believe, Bhashini is a tool that has come up, which MIT has kind of developed with ISRO, kind of using AI and ML to translate automated speech into, I think, 16, what I last remember, 16 Indian, notified languages and dialects. But again, it's just a beginning is what the larger thing is. As you could see, the DiSTO project at large, which I believe Dr. Helsper would be harping on a broader way, these are the pool of countries across the world which are using at some way or the other, parts of the larger DiSTO tool or the framework to map in terms of the interpopulation's digital skills, literacy, understanding, and how that could lead to better socio-economic outcomes, including that of education, health, access to welfare, and other services. Two years back, Niti Aayog, Government of India's policy think tank, put out a special memo. While they had this report that they brought out in terms of digital transformation and how India is kind of shaping itself up towards using DPIs and data, the unified data stacks, it itself acknowledged that the huge barrier to kind of achieve a digital transformation is the digital divide, and particularly the gendered aspects of digital divide. And as we have been working at PDAG with state governments, mostly in underserved complex regions, particularly in the central and the eastern belt of the country, one thing definitely stands out, that it's not that communities and people do have a reluctance. It's about how the idea of digital inclusion can be mainstreamed within the larger public policy framework, rather than keeping it as a very nice sounding term. How are implementations at the grassroots in terms of the cutting edge, whether it's the district administrations, whether it's a block, whether it's panchayat, what kind of digital literacy programs could be taken up? We have seen the amazing results of school literacy programs, the Sarv Siksha, RTE. We have seen adult literacy programs that have come up over the last 30, 40 years. Why can't we think of some kind of a broader digital literacy program? Because even for a migrant worker to kind of access some form of benefits at the destination region would require probably that person to register on some portal. Now, can we even imagine someone who is working on the bamboo pedestal or the 13th floor, cleaning the windows and probably helping construct a nice fancy window, to actually take time out of that schedule of that work, which is hardcore manual labor, to go to a nearest cafe and probably try and understand how we could register? To gain what? To gain what is the entitlement, what the Constitution guarantees to that person. So on this note, I welcome Dr. Helsper for her keynote address. And those who have joined online, I beg my apologies that we started a bit late, but now that since we have started, let's go ahead with the flow. And Dr. Helsper.
Thank you so much, Arindam. I now take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Ellen Helsper to you, all of you. Dr. Helsper is Professor of Digital Inequalities in the Department of Media and Communications at LSE, where she also serves as Program Director for the MSc Media and Communications Research. Her current research interests include the link between social and digital inequalities, mediated interpersonal communication, participatory immersive digital spaces, and quantitative and qualitative methodological developments in media and communications research. I now request Dr. Helsper for her keynote address on understanding the causes and consequences of digital inequalities.
Right. Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much for all the work that the DiSTO India chapter has done to have made this possible. That it in itself is an achievement. And I'm speaking for myself, but hopefully also for all the people in the room and virtually online who are participating, is that this is really a unique opportunity. I mean, for me, to be able to come to honestly kind of a part of the world in which DiSTO and the work that we've been doing has been present in both practice and policy and thinking, but where there hasn't really, at least from our part, that we're working with, an opportunity to engage in such a broad way with all the different aspects and the complexities of these kinds of issues that we are talking about. We will have a day 2 tomorrow, where I will also do a talk more around the stakeholder, the policy and practice aspect, and you know, kind of what we know about what works and what doesn't work in overcoming some of the issues in terms of inequality when societies become increasingly digital. But today I really wanted to focus more on the kind of more academic aspects, what we have learned in our research with these global partners, both people who are the official 8 partners of the project, but also all the engagements that I've had over time, including with people from this country, from India, who have contacted me and said, oh, can we know more about this project? Can we use your measures? And it's always felt like I haven't been able to engage in the kind of depth that I wanted to really have an understanding, better understanding, because every single country, every single region that we do our work in is different, and adds and brings a richness to our understanding, not just of that particular region or country, but also informing our understanding and some of our misunderstandings of what might be going on in other parts of the world. So I really wanted to emphasize that, as it said, it's a start, it's a journey, it's a process. By no means we know everything, but we do have a kind of an understanding of the issues that are at play and that we would need to consider in wherever we are doing this kind of research, understanding the causes and the consequences of digital inequalities, which also, and of course, you know, we always as academics desperately need to promote what we publish, because otherwise, you know, what is the sense of our existence? But if you are interested in reading more detail, because I will not have enough time to discuss all the work that we've done, there is a book that I wrote in 2021 called The Digital Disconnect. And for those of you who are interested in purchasing a copy, I can even provide probably a discount on that if is so needed. But that kind of contains a lot more detail than what I will be able to present. So what as I said, what I want to do here is to talk a little bit about the models and the kind of history of our understanding of what digital inclusion and digital inequalities are, and how we can go about researching these, measuring these in different ways, and a little bit on what we found in that process. So I think it is important to start with the very basics, which is really kind of the discussion that's still going on in many places, and something that is still a big issue in many places, is this kind of idea of the digital divide, which is really the opportunity and the ability to engage with digital systems. I'll come back at the end of the presentation on why I say engage with digital systems rather than using technologies or just accessing them. But also, and that is something we sometimes forget when we do this, in some ways being blindsided by all the wonderful opportunities there are in the digital world, but also a divide in terms of who can decide not to engage with technologies when it actually is not that beneficial for them. And that brings me to what we might call digital inclusion, which is not about just engaging with systems or not engaging with systems when this is not beneficial, but really about the importance of this in terms of inclusion should be this engagement in ways that allows you to obtain beneficial outcomes across all domains of everyday life, and to avoid the negative outcomes for yourself and others, not just now in terms of the technology that's available now and the things that we can do now, but also in a future that might look different digitally. So are we acquiring the kinds of skills, is the kinds of content available, the opportunities available for us to be ready for a digital future, no matter what it brings, right? But actually in my work, and for some of you who might have heard me present on different occasions, and this is a thing that I repeat very often, is I'm actually not that interested in the digital, because whether a person is online or not is not as interesting for me as these outcomes, right? What it does to their everyday lives. But in terms of my research and my real concern, and this is why I'm researching this, is that these opportunities are really not equally distributed, and that it is the systematic differences between groups, countries, and regions based on the kind of factors that are associated with historical inequalities, socioeconomic, sociocultural, and other characteristics. Because it's not whether an individual is online or not, but it's the fact that there systematically are differences between people from different backgrounds in their opportunities and abilities to engage for these positive outcomes. So that is kind of a descriptive definition, and kind of embeds it in this broader framework where the starting point should always be that we understand that we live in a world where resources in an analog lived environment are unequally distributed based on global economics and politics. Different regions and countries have different kind of characteristics and resources, and that within regions and countries, regulation, policies, kind of other historical processes, colonialism or other kinds of historical processes have also led to the kind of unequal distribution of resources amongst different groups of individuals. This digital lived environment that we're in terms of infrastructure, objects, platform design, and algorithms, and all these kinds of things are kind of built within that. And I think that's an important thing to always remember when we're trying to understand what's going on. So let me just unpack the levels of social digital inequalities that are here. Of course, there is access. Without access to the digital world, we're not going to be able to get any opportunities. Important here, and I'll go through this when I talk a little bit more about how we can research these things, is that any access, as was already said, is not sufficient. The things you can do with the mobile phone are not the same as the things that you might do with a device like a laptop or a tablet, right? And kind of that is strongly linked to this kind of second level of inequalities that we often see, where people's ability to engage once they have access is quite different. And in the ability to engage, we can make a distinction between kind of operational skills, technical skills, using devices, or knowledge about how technical systems work, kind of in a more functional sense, right? How technologies function, but also in this more critical understanding of how technologies might work for certain things and not for other things, for certain people and not for other people, right? It goes beyond that. Not just how we can use the technology passively in terms of consuming the content and services that are provided by others, but also how we can make active contributors and shape that digital world. And this is especially an area in which we know that certain types of people from certain types of backgrounds, from certain regions of the world, have been, from the origins of kind of technologies such as the internet, much more active and much more present in shaping that digital world than especially those marginalized groups. And what we see then, and we can think about then, is that this kind of is likely to lead, even if access is similar, and even as kind of these more functional technical skills are similar, that the inequalities in terms of what we are able to achieve with the use of technologies are going to be different between different groups, because the digital lived environment is not necessarily created. And this is where I come to this aspect of outcomes. And that's why the outcomes are very important. We can't just look at use of technology, but is this technology actually leading to inequalities in our well-being, both in the kind of more kind of traditional areas of wealth, poverty, education, but also in terms of civic participation and empowerment. Are people able to stand up for their rights? Are their voices being heard? Yeah, but also in terms of physical and mental well-being. And as we go down that list of outcomes, we can see that much more attention has been paid to the first box in the top, yeah, which is of course important. I'm not saying that that's not important, but as we go down that list, there's much less understanding. And actually, what is really striking is that there is an understanding of this in certain parts of the world and not others. Often when we talk about kind of the research that's being done, we are still using data, measurements from a very specific part of the world to talk about things like well-being, to talk about things like inequalities, which actually pan out very differently, and that's what we've seen in our research. So let me talk a little bit about measurement and evidence that we have for these different types of inequalities. And obviously to understand really digital, not just digital opportunities in terms of our access, our skills, and our use of technologies, but also these kinds of outcomes, we do need to understand all these steps and how these might be different. We've already talked about gender gaps, but there's all kinds of other gaps. There's also quite a lot of research on people with, for example, disabilities, or people who come from discriminated, marginalized groups, who might not be able to take up these same, even if they have the same access and skills and they are on the exact same platforms as others, their outcomes might still be different. So we need to understand that whole process. So as already said, while the model and the 8 countries that have our official partners are all obliged to use the full model, the measurement and kind of some of the evidence that have come out of the tools that we've developed as a DiSTO project have been used much more broadly, and probably in many contexts that we don't even know about, considering that I come across people say like, oh, we used your measures. And like, that's great. It's wonderful to hear that people are taking this up. So very briefly, just to emphasize that measuring access is seemingly one of the easiest things to do. Is there broadband in the street that you live? Is there a Wi-Fi connection, infrastructure? Does somebody have a device, right? How many people have mobile phones? How many people, and I'll come to some of the evidence for inequalities there, and have access to laptops or a kind of broadband at home, because that's also a difference, right? The infrastructure being available or the devices being available, the potential access is not always converted to actual access. And that's an important distinction to make. Even a mobile phone in a household is often not used by all members of the household equally. And we talked about gender differences. This is actually a big gender difference that we found in quite a few countries, where the mobile phone actually is mobile and goes out with the male kind of household member who goes to work and takes the phone with them, leaving other female members of the household less. Same thing with a laptop or a computer. Often male children get priority when they have to do some work. And the last one in the family is often not even the girl, the female child, but the female adult in the household. So there is an important distinction to make here between potential and actual access as well. And that means that we need to measure that in certain ways. We can't just ask what's available in the household. Now, oh, I didn't actually say that. So this is related also to quality and autonomy in use. So let me talk about autonomy first. Autonomy is very important. It's about, can you use it when you want to, in ways that you want to, right? This includes also the ability to take ownership over a device when it breaks. Can you replace it? Can you take it with you if it's a mobile device, right? And that is then clearly related to quality, and quality not talking about just the speed of the connection, but in terms of like, you know, is it a feature phone? Is it a smartphone? Is it a the latest version of the tablet? And this is one of the problems where we see where another layer of inequality exists, where people who've been traditionally disadvantaged often also are disadvantaged in terms of the quality and the autonomy they have. And autonomy is really important because it allows you to learn and play by doing. If the device is yours, if you can use it whenever you want to, then you're able to develop these kind of broad ranges of skills that I was talking about before. So here we have some data. This is actually from the World Bank on the global distribution of these different devices or ways to connect, right? There's actually more mobile phones in the world than there are people. So that's why we have 106 mobile devices per 100 inhabitants. But you can see that as soon as we go down to what we might call types of connectivity that provide more opportunities to do more complex things, this drops very quickly. More importantly, these kind of opportunities to access the digital world are very unequally distributed. And this is an issue if we think about this, what we talk about next. Who can create content? Who can provide the kind, who is shaping that digital environment in which everybody else will be taking place? If you see that in sub-Saharan Africa, only 1% of households, or 1 in every 100 people lives in a household where there is broadband available. And think about the things that we do with broadband and the inability to do many things if you don't have a quick connection. That is quite striking, you know, especially if you compare it with other countries in the global north or regions. Yeah. So this is something that we really need to understand. And broadband in some ways is a luxury, but it's not if you think about the consequences of having that and what you can do with a mobile. But as you can see, the difference between mobile phones and internet use. And obviously this has increased during the pandemic, but the broadband levels haven't gone up actually. Yeah, so mobile has gone up. No. And internet use in a very basic way. So skills measurement, I already talked about the need to look not just at kind of operational technical skills, but also at skills that allow us, because the digital world, if we talk about things like the internet, is a very interactive world where it's not just about consuming content, but it's talking to other people, knowing who can be trusted, knowing what information can be trusted, knowing how to create from very simple things. You know, there's all kinds of visual media out there, knowing how to present yourself in a way that will allow you to achieve those kind of more positive outcomes, knowing who to interact with. Those are all skills that need to be measured. So let's take that as a given. But there is a problem here in terms of our knowledge. What we often see is that people look and the big measurement in terms of just at how people use the technology and assume that more use of more things for more time leads to, is related to, let me just go back to the presentation, is related to kind of higher levels of skills. But it doesn't say anything of two things. It doesn't say. One, it doesn't say is actually somebody might be spending a lot of time with things because they just have no idea how to use the technology, right? And I think for some of us that might have been an experience, the frustration of trying to figure out how this bloody technology work. The difference is that we'll probably say blame the technology, while somebody who comes from a marginalized group who might not be as confident in their skills might actually blame themselves and stop using the technology and say, like, it's just not for me, I can't do it. No. So this is where we get to the second type of thing here, which is self-assessment, which is the most used instrument. And it's not, because I will come to kind of a more ideal way of measuring this, but there's often a problem with that, which is that it tends to measure confidence in the way it's asked. Like it tends to, the way in which these questions are formulated often ask about how good are you, or, you know, are you able to do these things? And it tends to be the people who say yes to this tend to be the people who are confident in themselves historically, who've had a position of privilege, right? And I'll show you some data on this from our projects, how that is a very big difference. So self-assessment, when done well, for example, when coupled to performance tests and observations and validated in that way, can be useful. But in general, it just replicates patterns of confidence. Confidence is important because if you're more confident, you're more likely to, as I just said, keep using the technology, even if it doesn't work, you never blame yourself. But ideally, if we really want to know, can somebody do a particular thing online, we would have them do that particular thing online. However, that is almost impossible to do for the myriad of, because it's often coupled to platforms, to very specific situations. So if you're in a very particular organization, business, or a particular educational context where you need to know, can they use this app? Can they do something that they're supposed to do for their homework? That's fine. But actually, if we wanted to look at inequalities, we need to do something at a bigger population level to look at these systematic inequalities, also to be able to evaluate that across the range of kind of skills and literacies that I was talking about. The best kind of gold standard, which we've established in our work through projects like the Rethinking Media Literacy and Digital Skills project that we're doing right now, which is actually an evaluation of interventions in this area in terms of the outcomes of these interventions beyond literacy. And the Global Kids Online project, the Youth Skills project, which is where we've developed these kinds of instruments, which actually develop self-assessment measures that can be applied at a population level to they were validated through these performance tests. So, and when I talk about performance tests, these are the kinds of things I talk about, right? These are the kinds of things that are not, can you turn on your computer, but can you identify misinformation? Do you know how to use video conferencing if that's the tool that's being used in that particular contract for schools, for example? And so important there, and I can talk more about this. Please feel free to come up to me during the day or write me an email afterwards if you want to know more about this. But there's probably this instrument to the left-hand side, bottom, is from the Youth Digital Skills Indicator, which is from the Youth Skills Project, which are these kinds of measures that we also have developed through DiSTO, which actually allow us to do this kind of research. So let's look at some of the data. So I'm going to show you on the left, it's the difference between, in this case, because this was a youth project with marginalized youth, boys and girls, the difference in the middle between ethnic majorities and minorities. This is British research that we were doing with the DiSTO model. And on the right-hand side, we will see the kind of more middle class versus people who live in poverty, right? So imagine yourself with the difference between confidence and skills between these groups. So between boys and girls, there's actually, girls show much less self-confidence if we measure these. But once we get to the skills part, the girls actually turn out to have higher levels of skills. And this is important because in the classroom, it's problematic for two reasons. Boys who are actually struggling are not noted, yeah, while girls who are actually doing well are not motivated to keep on trying. First of all, because they're not seen by others as skillful, because they're not confident, but also because they lack the confidence themselves. So this is problematic in terms of how they are supported in navigating the digital world. Some people who might need it might not get the opportunity, and those who actually are kind of okay get ignored and not seen as people who might actually be able to contribute to the learning of others as well. So when we look at ethnic minorities and majorities, actually confidence and skill levels were quite similar between youth of these groups. But when we then looked at the actual skills that were manifested by these groups, again, the ethnic minority youth struggled a lot more, especially when it came to more technical operational skills. So they thought they were doing fine, but actually when we looked at some of the reality of it, it wasn't. Now, when we talk class, very important concept in the UK, we can see that their confidence and skills are very much related to each other and much more likely to be noted and actions to be taken. So I wanted to talk about outcomes here. Actually, how am I doing for time? I think I can actually show you that one at the end. So when we talk about outcomes and how they're measured, again, with these kind of validated measures, both for skills, but also for outcomes, which is we want to make a distinction, because one of the things you might want to say is, have you achieved an outcome? And but we have thought about how can you best ask this without it being just an estimation of the person. Yes, I've done this. So it's very concrete things, right, that we are talking about here. Like, have you found a job online, right? But actually, where we see that a lot of the inequalities lie are not necessarily just in the achievement, but in the quality of these outcomes. So people who have high levels of education, who work in kind of, let's say, more tech-enabled or higher qualified jobs, they often are able to achieve this. Also, often, it has to be said, without the internet, because they get headhunted and recruited. They don't have to do much themselves. But then also the kinds of jobs that they get are often high quality jobs, satisfactory with good benefits. While people who, let's say, who worked, we're talking about people who clean windows or people who work in construction, first of all, they're much less likely to find these kinds of things online. And when they do, they're often precarious. The experience is terrible. Yeah. And the difference there, what we can see in the left and in the kind of on the left-hand side in terms of the quality and the achievement of kind of more kind of financial or economics outcomes, we can see that even in terms of saving money, right, women are less likely to achieve these kinds of saving money, feeling confident that you can survive financially through your use of the technologies and the tools that it offers, right? We can see gender inequalities there. And this is the case for women who have the same levels of skills, the same level of access, who use the exact same banking or whatever apps, right? There's still a difference there in terms of outcomes achieved. Once we look at satisfaction, we see that this difference is large in terms of the kind of work that they get. So while there is little difference in the achievement of finding jobs or using technologies on the job, when we actually ask them, you know, Anne, is that a good experience? Have you got a good job? Is the interaction with your colleagues satisfactory in that digital space? We see that women are often disadvantaged here. When we can see, and this is kind of, that's why looking at traditional inequalities is very important. When we look at the kind of outcomes that are more in the social domain, or that have to do with feeling like you belong in a society, that you kind of have a clear sense of your identity, norms and values, doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, positive looking from the outside, but that you feel like, you know, what your position is. We can actually see that their traditional gender roles, the people who are traditionally in charge of managing these kinds of things, also tend to do better in the digital space, right? So this is kind of interesting. This is why we need to look at outcomes and not just at skills and the use of technology. Well, this is nice. Actually, one of the things that we want to do is we want to think about alternative worlds. What if this person, this individual, would live somewhere else where there's different opportunities, or where the people and the environment around them is different? Would they have had a different current life, or is there a different possible future to imagine? So what we do with different digital skills tangible outcomes project is actually we bring the studies, the kind of different sources of data together, existing data sources from national statistics offices or infrastructure kind of data, and these kind of more self-assessment tools, both qualitative and quantitative. And we look at how different environments work and how the people, and there's like some of the quotes that you see here, like the same person with the same characteristics, you know, working in a different environment might have very different experiences and might have more digital opportunities. Yeah. So for example, on the left-hand side, there's somebody who says, like, our neighborhood is gentrified. So it has like 8 nice coffee shops, all with Wi-Fi, except for the one that doesn't have Wi-Fi because it doesn't want people working there. Yeah, this is a non-workspace, right? We have a Wi-Fi plus a booster, and everybody I know has Wi-Fi plus a booster, right? If you live in that environment with lower, let's say you have lower levels of education, or you come from a more marginalized group, the things that you see around you will make you more digitally prone than others. And so the same thing is for working in different environments. So that's one of the things that is important, especially because when we move on to a digital future, the lessons that we've learned might be applicable, but we also might need to adopt them. So just to repeat some of the lessons that we've learned, access and infrastructure are essential, but they do not create equality of opportunity in terms of these outcomes and inclusion that we've achieved. Because those who have historically been disadvantaged are less likely to translate use into higher quality outcomes, and are more likely to have negative experiences, actually, even when they have high skill levels. So that obviously means, and I'll finish this slide with that there are no technology only solutions, right? If we live in a sexist society, putting a technology patch on it is not going to do away with the sexism if the same people are online as offline. In some ways, it might even exacerbate it because people are less conscious of the impact that might have. Important also, one of the lessons learned is that digital literacy education should go beyond the teaching of technical or functional skills to forge a citizenry that's ready for a digital future, not just in terms of like, using it passively, but also to be able to co-create a space in which they feel they belong. And that for that, we need critical literacy. One of the things that I haven't talked about that much in this presentation is, but that individual formal education around digital skills for those having to catch up is unlikely to achieve greater equality on its own. I've read myriad of reports, and I'll talk about this tomorrow as well, where people's like, oh, like we're going to put education online, and this will allow everybody who hasn't had an education, to just use that material without understanding why there are people who are able to engage in traditional education or not, right? What is it that makes some people more able to engage with learning or not? Yeah. And especially in the digital space, because we know that informal social learning is a much stronger shaper of digital literacy and what we do with technology, what we see people do around us. Our conversations, informal conversations about what is appropriate for you, how you are supposed to use technologies is much more important. And then, of course, you can have all these literacies and skills, but if the right content is not online, or if people's social digital ecologies do not stimulate engagement in these positive ways, then digitization is unlikely to lead to positive outcomes. So as I said, where I started, is there is not going to be a technology-only solution. And these are always going to be multi-stakeholder approaches. And it's very important to involve researchers and practitioners from all these different areas, right? Who have been traditionally, have a really good understanding of this kind of, of the legacy and of the problems that people face who live in marginalized communities beyond the digital, because in the end, that's what we're interested in improving their lives. Now, these are discussions that are going on right now, and I'll finish here with this, is that there's a lot of talk about things like meta, especially in certain parts of the world that I frequent, around this kind of virtual world, right? Okay, nice. But actually what we will see is that the digital world will look much more like this, where our kitchens, our living rooms, our streets will be our devices to connect, will be where we connect with the digital infrastructure. And so that means that use of technology and devices actually becomes less important than engagement and interaction and understanding what's going on in your environment. So these operational skills are going to be less important than these critical skills, knowledge and awareness. Algorithms will make decisions for you. They will tell you what information is that you need. But if you don't understand what the problems with that might be, then you are going to be disadvantaged, right? Important in this also is that all of us, will be 24/7, unequal creators and architects. The people who are most online, who are most engaged, especially with these platforms at the beginning, are feeding the algorithmic beast, right? Their behaviors, their thoughts, their patterns are what is going to shape the environment for the digital future, And it's not just our own environment and our platforms, right? It's not just our own kind of environment that we are shaping by even just clicking or liking some things and not others, but also that for everybody who comes after us. I do want to remark that this is a digital future that's definitely there, but the current, present problems are going to be there for a very, very long time for very, very many people. And that digital future is not going to be a lived reality for many people around the world. And I think also from what I know from many people in India. So while that is going on the one side, and there's already problems of amplifying inequalities on one side, it's even likely to make this bigger because some people are moving to a different digital world, and others will still be struggling with the kind of old-fashioned digital world. So that is an increased risk of the amplification, both between countries, different regions, but also within countries and these groups that we've been talking about. So this is going to be the reality, not that fancy connected kitchen, right? For most people who are already struggling to just survive nowadays, let alone access the benefits and all these things that I am entitled to. So I'll keep it at that. And I do want to kind of think, just leave you with the thought that we often focus when we talk about inequalities on the people who have to catch up, who are left behind, supposedly. But actually, and the way I started is that we are shaping that different digital future with all our behaviors, with all what we're doing on. And sometimes that's disconnected. Even though we as researchers, we look at the vulnerable and the marginalized, not realizing that we ourselves are these content creators and these shapers of a digital world that we're not even linking to the kind of subjects of our research or what we're studying. And I think we need to be careful there because our own behaviors and actions might actually go against some of the things that we're trying to achieve in our understanding of the digital world. So thank you very much. And I hope we are okay with time. I don't want to eat into coffee and tea and lunches and things like that. But I hope that you will come up to me and talk to me during the day whenever you have a chance, if you have any questions. And as I said, I'm also available afterwards with on email and through any of these other projects, and any of my partners on these projects will also be there. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Helsper. We will take a short tea break now. I would request everyone to be back in 10 minutes so that we can start with our first panel discussion. Thanks.
I will just take it or.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I just.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
I would like everybody to please take their seats now as we begin for the first panel discussion. The theme of the first panel for the symposium is digital inclusion, socioeconomic inequalities, and labor markets. In a rapidly evolving digital landscape, the world has witnessed a remarkable transformation in the way we work and connect. Yet, behind the glimmering facade of technological advancement lies a stark reality, the digital divide. This panel will discuss and do a deep dive into the impact of digital exclusion on socioeconomic inequalities and labor markets, with a special focus on its implications for marginalized communities as well as for the female labor force. This exploration aims to deliberate upon the lives of these individuals whose access to digital resources remains limited, hindering their ability to participate fully in the modern workforce. As we navigate through the intricate web of challenges they face, from restricted educational opportunities to limited access to job markets, we confront the pressing need to address the disparities that threaten to widen the gap between the privileged and the disadvantaged. Drawing inspiration from Sustainable Development Goals 8 and 10, our quest is to unveil actionable strategies that can bridge this divide and usher in an era of inclusive digital access and opportunities. By tapping into the transformative potential of technology, we seek to understand how communities could digitally empower themselves towards a more equitable and inclusive society. I would now like to call upon our esteemed panelists and moderator for the first panel discussion. Our first panelist is Dr. Kanika Mahajan, Associate Professor of Economics at the Ashoka University. Her primary research interests include gender, labor, and other distributional consequences of economic growth. As part of her current research, she is working on issues around the stagnation of women's employment in India, exploring both supply and demand side linkages using data from digital platforms, as well as secondary household and farm data. Her other ongoing research examines the growth and resilience of firms in India and its implications for labor, capital, and trade. Dr. Mahajan will be joining us virtually. Our second panelist for this discussion is Dr. Shishir Kumar Jha. Dr. Jha is a professor at the Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. His interest lies in research pertaining to new alternatives to business and organizations that make value creation more transparent, participatory, and accountable. Presently, he's interested in examining the digital economy in terms of digital infrastructure, digital platforms, and forms of digital accreditation. His specialties lie in digital and information economy and international political economy. Dr. Jha will also be joining us virtually for this panel discussion. Our third panelist for the session is Dr. Sona Mitra, who heads the research at the Initiative for What Works to Advance Gender Equality. The initiative is hosted by IFMR LEAD and located in the Kriya University ecosystem. The work at iWage aims to empower and improve women and girls' livelihood opportunities. Dr. Mitra has been working on women's development for close to 2 decades. Her research is focused on understanding the changes in women's labor under contemporary economic systems and examining economic policies using a feminist lens. Welcome, Dr. Mitra. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Vibodh Parthasarthi. Mr. Parthasarthi is an associate professor at Jamia Millia Islamia and has been a visiting scholar at the University of Queensland, KU Leuven, University of Helsinki, and IIT Bombay. He maintains a multidisciplinary interest in media policy, digital transitions, and policy literacy. He has been at the forefront of media policy research in India and a winner of numerous grants, including Ford Foundation, Canada's IDRC, SSRC, and University Grants Commission. Welcome, Dr. Parthasarthi. The moderator for the panel is Ms. Akshi Chawla, editor at Center for Economic Data and Analysis, Ashoka University. She's a writer, editor, and researcher, and her work focuses on tracking women's representation and participation in public life, focusing on workforce, politics, and leadership roles. At CEDA, she leads the production of data-driven research analysis, investigating India's progress on key socioeconomic indicators. She also runs #WomenLead, a publication tracking noteworthy updates about women in politics from around the world. Welcome, Ms. Akshi.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Kanika. Hi, Professor Shishir. I hope you can see us. So I'm just going to get started where Professor Ellen left us. But we're looking at technology and the digital world. But here I'm going to focus very specifically on what it's doing to the world of work. So to quote from a World Economic Forum report that was launched just a couple of months ago, it says technology is continuing to shift almost every job role, whether it's in a factory or behind a desk. And while this was reflecting on the global labor markets, it's going to be as true of all countries either now or going forward. I hope, most of us might remember the kind of stir or conversation that happened just a few months ago when ChatGPT came around. And I remember I would go to all conferences, and regardless of the theme, there would be one panel saying whether our jobs are going to get lost because of ChatGPT or are we going to thrive. And I think that's the magic or the power of technology, particularly digital technology, right? On the one hand, there is a promise of exceptional possibilities to be able to do things that we're not able to do right now or do them much quicker. And while there is this excitement, it also brings with it a lot of anxieties as to what it's going to do. Are we going to lose jobs? Do we need new skills? Are we secure? Are we going to become obsolete? And when we look at this complex sort of relationship that digital platforms or digital technology brings to the world of work, and juxtapose it to an already complex and unequal labor market such as India, the things only become more complex, right? And going by our own personal lives and our own experiences, we do know that at least the last decade, India has seen some rapid progress when it comes to access to digital infrastructure and technology. But this growth, while rapid, has also been unequal. We know that in general, people living in urban areas have better access. And we know within that, it's always men, young men, old men who have better access to technology than women. But let me also, for the sake of this conversation, set the context on what the labor market in India looks like. And the labor market, and I'm just going to pick up some very broad data points from the Periodic Labor Force Survey that was released earlier this year. This tells us data for 2021-2022, which is the most recent year for which we have annual data. A little over half, which is about 55% of our population aged 15 and above, is part of India's labor force. And by this, I mean people who are working or looking for work. So the unemployed as well as the employed. So it's just a little over half. And this is because India has an exceptionally low rate of participation, the female labor force participation rates. So among men, the share of men aged 15 and above who are part of the labor force are about 77%. Among women, this is just 32%. The rates are slightly better than in rural areas as compared to urban areas. So both men and women. And broadly, where do people work? So 45% of our people as of 21-22 was still part of agriculture. another 12% of the construction sector, another 12% in what is called trade, hotels, and restaurants, and about 11% in manufacturing. So broadly, we're taking these 4 sectors that are employing about 80% of the workforce. So with all these numbers and this context in mind, I will get this conversation started, and I will invite all our panelists one by one to first take about 5 to 6 minutes each to give us a sense of the kind of work they are doing. What is their research showing us about this intersection of digital technology with the labor market? I would request all panelists to, sort of focus on what kind of promise are they seeing, as well as what are the challenges and barriers that they've already identified. We know that this is a field which is in flux, so we don't necessarily have all the answers right now. So I would hope that the panel will be able to tell us a little bit about what are the things that we need to be thinking about. So with that, I'm going to start by inviting Kanika Mahajan. Kanika, hello, welcome to the panel. You could get started.
Thanks, Akshay, and thanks to PIRAC for inviting me. I hope you can hear me. Let me begin by, we've already sort of laid out the broad canvas in which we're operating in terms of the digital divide, especially with respect to gender. And there are certain statistics that I think all of us are aware about, the fact that only 1 in 3 women have access to the internet, and even amongst the mobile phone usage, the proportion of women who are using mobile phones is almost half as that of men in India. And when you juxtapose these digital access inequalities, so this is just in terms of access, right? Just being able to access a particular technology, and then it has repercussions in other markets as well. So, for instance, Akshay spoke about the labor market. And here I'll sort of just touch upon two research, like 2 currently ongoing research pieces of mine, which are looking at these 2 and in quite different labor markets. So one is a study that's looking at the high skill labor market and how skills are evolving in that labor market due to digital automation. So we know about ChatGPT, we know about other kinds of automation which are coming through because of the evolving AI technology, as well as in general automation that's been happening. And we've been looking at skills data for the last 10 years and trying to see, which are the skills which have become obsolete, which are the skills which are increasing in demand, and are these skills do they have some dimension or some relation to how we relate men and women to these skills or their access to these skills. And what we found is that a lot of skills, especially in the service sector, have been around coding skills or programming skills, and that is something which women actually lack. If you look at even their association in the job advertisements, you generally find that these skills are also associated by employers more with men than with women, and they tend to use pronouns which sort of indicate these associations. And here then the next simple question that one can try to address is, can one bridge the skills gap when it comes to this high skill segment in which women are not able to get high paid jobs, largely because they don't have a certain set of these skills which are increasing in demand within this particular high skilled IT sector. That's one of the questions that we are looking at. We don't have the answers right now, but hopefully a year or 2 down the line, I'll be able to provide answers whether skilling can work in this field. In another study, what we've been doing is we've been looking at the low skill sector, and looking at the low skill sector. In fact, we have some results now flowing in, and we're seeing that at least in the urban areas, a lot of women actually have access to mobile phones. They may not have their own mobile phone sometimes, but they do have access to someone's mobile phone in the house at least, and they're able to use that to be able to even access jobs online. However, how well are they using it? How or to what extent they're able to exploit the potential of these technologies is not that much. And here, whether making them aware about these digital skills that despite having access, but how to be able to optimally, functionally use it as was spoken about in the previous session, then becomes the core of this particular study. in which we are layering digital skills over other hard skills that women already have, and then trying to evaluate whether imparting them the digital skills can increase their employment prospects or can increase their earnings potential in the labor market. Again, both these interventions, one doesn't have to just look at whether or not you have a job, but also the kind of job, the quality of the job, the number of hours, how well paying the job is, because that is one thing that really that's something which I have seen stand out in my research, is that women perhaps only continue with work once they have decent pay, and once it makes sense for their family to be able to overcome the cost associated with a woman going out, whether it's making alternative arrangements for the family, or no other kinds of costs that that the family has to bear once a woman goes out to work. And these only sort of economically make sense once she's earning enough, or once she's crossed that basic hump, where she's bringing enough for the family as a whole to be able to recognize that yes, what she's bringing on the table really matters for the family, and hence we should support it. So given these two ongoing pieces of research, I think we're yet to see whether bridging such skills divide can have an impact a few years down the line. So I'll stop here since we have only 5 minutes, and hand over to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanika. I'll get back to you with more questions once you had more presentations. So now I'm going to request Professor Vibhodh Parthasarathy to share some of his research with us. Professor Vibhodh, over to you.
Thanks. So yeah, just to sort of give a perspective on this, with the creation of the invention of the alphabets is when the first time we saw the category of the illiterates producing. Before the alphabets, everybody was illiterate. Yeah. So in that sense, the alphabets and numerals created the first institutional divide in society based on what we would call information technology. And since then, of course, there have been different waves of infotech, which have then sort of imparted multiple and overlapping inequalities, each creating new regimes of exclusion. Yeah. We've been talking about digital exclusion since the 1990s, actually. Okay, so first with the coming of the mobile phone, there was this big concern about exclusion. Yeah. Without that getting sorted out, with the coming of the internet, we talked more about the idea of digital exclusion. Yeah. Same, of course, happened with digital broadcasting and audiovisual publishing. Yeah. And of course, now the idea of the digital has come back together when you're talking about the platform economy. So this is a kind of a moving target, which academics and sort of policy makers seem to be constantly wanting to address, but never seems to get addressed here. That said, I think the call to decenter the digital in evaluating the digital economy is pretty well taken there. And I think it also neatly dovetails with the call to decenter the media itself in media studies. And this is a parallel kind of intellectual thinking here. And this, for me, in a sense, both the decentering the digital and the media has been central to my work on regulation and on media markets. This, of course, leads to a paradox. And the big handicap for me in doing evidence-based policy research is the lack of data. And that paradox, of course, is the fact that there is a lack of data on the data economy. Okay, so there's big talk about data economy, about which actually we know nothing, as far as I'm concerned, or very little, largely based on very small samples, motivated research, and anecdotal information. My work has largely been on sort of looking at capital there. But I guess, coming from a tradition where we can't study capital without looking at labor, that in a sense brings my sort of insights into this here. If we talk about sort of labor in the platform economy, there are two sort of types of labor which are involved. There are broad categories here. One, of course, is that of those involved in manufacturing, what we would call in the broad sense here. And the other is what we would call the audience labor. Okay, all of us, in a sense, whether we like it or not, we are the labor, which in a sense is producing and contributing to the platform economy. So I'll make in this intervention some points about the audience labor and come back to manufacturing later on there. So marginal sort of digital media audiences are those who are normally located in marginal geographies there. And they're also part of marginal economic categories. In many cases, these overlap, and they then also overlap with those who are part of marginal language groups. So this kind of multiple levels of marginality defines the audience labor in media markets. And of course, that explains why this kind of labor is not strong enough to attract a certain kind of content which gets transmitted through the media. But there are also marginalized digital users in high access and among the more economically relatively better off sections. Okay. Some have talked about women. I would like to sort of include in that discussions on children who enjoy access, but a large part of their digital rights are getting compromised as sort of forms of audience labor. One example, the data protection bill, and there are 4 versions of that. Hopefully this one will get through. Okay. I'll quote something from the 2018 draft here. Every data fiduciary shall process personal data of children in a manner that protects and advances the rights and best interests of the child. In the 2019 bill, the word advances was removed. And the 2021 bill, the best interest of the child was removed. So what we see actually from a regulatory perspective is this kind of gradually dilution of protecting the rights of children as audience labor. There are 2 other ways in which one could try and understand the idea of exclusion as far as audiences are concerned. One is, of course, the idea is defined in terms of what could be called risks based on contact or contact risks. That largely means that users who are sort of participating in what we would call generously risky circuits of online circulation. Okay. And if therefore we as users, we as laborers are involved in risky circuits of online information, which all of us do at all moments of time. So each time we press a like, each time we forward something, each time we log into something, each time we authenticate ourselves, okay, we in a sense as forms of labor are contributing to these sort of risky circuits of information. And that essentially is what is producing the large surplus which is being harvested by the platform economy. I would like to perhaps also connect this in a different way to the other anxiety we have today of disinformation. What normally goes unaddressed is the labor that produces disinformation. We are always sort of thinking about the impact and consequences of disinformation. But obviously, there's a large amount of labor, both organized, unorganized, in-house, outsourced, that's involved in producing this information. They are the ones, in a sense, who are hired to sort of, perform likes and forwards and so on and so forth. They are also perhaps the most precarious forms of labor in the digital economy, which is why, in a sense, they are involved at this sort of low end of the value chain. And they, of course, in that sense, contribute to what we would call conduct risk. Okay, the conduct of certain kind of labor then relates to or consequences in the conduct of other forms of labor, all of us as audiences there. And of course, those who are contributing as labor to the production of disinformation are again the ones who are socially and economically completely marginalized. So that in a sense again brings us back to reiterating the call to perhaps decenter the idea of the digital when we start looking at the platform economy. I'll stop here right now and come back to other examples.
Thank you, Professor Vibhor. Now I would request Professor Shishir Kumar Jha to share his research with us.
Good morning. I'd like to thank DiSTO for this opportunity and the invitation. And greetings to my fellow panelists. Hello, Vibhor. So I'd like to pick up from partly what Vibhor was saying and also what Dr. Ellen was saying. So one of the ironies of having sort of looking at, perhaps critically looking at and examining the so-called structure of the digital economy, one begins to see that, well, a large part, overwhelming part of the whole economy obviously rests on the data extraction part. Right? And so it seems like almost abundantly clear that digital platforms have, over the last 20 years, rather deeply penetrated and entrenched themselves within the overall economy, but have very little, if any, either policy or regulatory oversight. Right, all over the world, there are attempts, but this don't seem to work, or they sort of are defeated at the court levels, except for perhaps some countries in Europe. So there appear to be very few constraints, if any, on these mostly, and ironically again, venture capitalist supported platforms within this rapidly changing digital landscape, right, where policy intervention is literally miles behind. And this point is, I think, worthy of going back to. The policy interventions are almost lagging, severely lagging, the speed and, scale at which the technology is moving ahead. In such a scenario, the older conventional ways of thinking about inclusion, I think, do not carry as much weight. And I think Dr. Ellen and Vibod also has sort of, talked about this. But one thing I want to kind of emphasize today is that one decisive consequence of such a changing landscape is the privatization, if you will, right, globally speaking, in the usage of much of our internet bandwidth. Again, the irony is that the very dominant, and here is something that almost always escapes a lot of our attention, that the very dominant business models of contemporary digital capitalism is, to use the words of Zuboff, is the astonishing efficiency, right, with which the cash crop of our social attention, namely our daily social data, right, the astonishing efficiency with which the cash crop of our social attention is converted into endless advertising products. In other words, the raw material of our digital economy, namely data, is being ruthlessly crunched into digital clickbait, one that provides close to 80% of the revenues of the very largest digital corporations in India. So the point is that what kind of data is being generated and for whom and to what purpose, right? In other words, if our very own data is not used for addressing public-facing concerns, and that seems to be quite clear in many, many geographies, and has rather been hijacked for a completely different purpose, the million-dollar question is, what is the final intent of digital inclusion, really? Is it perhaps towards becoming a source of the superabundant supply of digital raw material? Or should the arguments around digital inclusion not force open the question of the very distorted structure of the digital economy? And if one could, perhaps to put it even more sharply, the success of digital inclusion, I'd like to argue, rests considerably on how much does the ordinary citizen's data become data, for instance, for improving everyday health or city governance, or generating data as social good. Right? Without a critical engagement with the very structure of our present digital economy, I'm afraid that the call for digital inclusion will be very limited in its democratic efficacy. So the point I guess I'm trying to make is that the very foundations of a particular kind of digital economy and the digital platforms becoming very dominant in that, the business models have really taken data into a different direction, right? So the calls for inclusion, I think, should connect with basically the question of, the question of the usage of such data, right? Usage for what purpose, right? Is it for public good, right? And if those arguments are combined, I think the issues of digital inclusion can also be sort of, expanded and elaborated. So in terms of ongoing work at the Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies at IIT Bombay, I'll just mention three. One is work that a student is doing on what she's titled as the algorithmic managed evaluation systems for ride-hailing drivers in India. And ironically, she's not coming at it from a technical perspective, but yeah, mostly from social science and policy perspective. So briefly, basically, the algorithms, as you will, becomes almost a substitute for public policy. Right? The way it begins to supplant any human negotiations that were there previously, right, in any dispute, that has almost become supplanted by these algorithms, right? So the powerfulness of how these algorithms play out, and there's the people like Lawrence Lessig, etc., have commented on this. That's the work that she's looking at. The constant nudging, etc., that we see that's happening with the gamified nature of user-generated ratings, etc. The second work, which is completed and the student is waiting for her defense, is titled on, it's related to smart cities in particular, management consultants, governance and inclusion in India's smart cities mission. Here, one of the questions that are relevant for us today is, for instance, within the smart city paradigm, what are the ways in which the confluence of private participation in policy making, digital technologies, and the collection of data impact, inclusion of marginalized populations, particularly women in Indian cities. And what she's found out, to be very brief, is that there is, and not surprisingly, there is often quite a bit of vocabulary and language in the policy, but it doesn't almost always translate into something effective on the ground. Right. So mission, for instance, does have at the center and city levels mentions women multiple times, but mostly from the perspective of security. Right. The engagement of marginalized communities in building so-called the imagination. Right. If you want to hold on to it, the imagination of the smart city is almost absent. And the third is a more recent, work that I've started with another person is, which is on looking at the structure of the so-called digital economy, which is titled Data Brokering Industry and the Data Trustworthiness. Right? So what's happening in particular with, once the data, if you want to call it data leaves our, if you want to think of it that way, the data supply chain, and how is it configured, what happens, how is it monetized, what are the issues of privacy, etc., right? Which is almost a black box, if you will. Right? So these are three different studies that I'm looking at, mostly around the structure of the digital economy. And to sort of summarize what I said earlier, I think it's important to make the connection between the inclusion and the kind of sort of political engagement that can happen, right, as a citizen, right, not as a passive user of that data, but more actively engaged in creating sort of opportunities for changing the governance structures, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shishir. And now I invite Professor Sona Mitra to share some of her research with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on our work. I would just like to, I would just like to begin from the premise that IWAGE has been looking at this digital inclusion of women from the perspective of women and labor. And the fact that, there has been this long discourse for the last few years that there's automation, there would be AI, which is going to take away a lot of employment, basically some of the types of work would disappear completely, and it's going to really affect a lot the women, because women are the ones who are digitally mostly excluded in terms of how to use technology. And our research was basically deriving from that kind of a discourse, because we are looking at the entire question of how to improve women's participation in the labor market. And with the entire discourse on disappearing of kinds of jobs from the labor market completely, when we looked at it, it was basically a lot of women who were there, who were supposed to be actually disappearing, because the types of jobs they're doing would eventually disappear from the labor markets. And we also found in that there are also cohorts of women where they actually engage with the digital processes in the labor market. Those are very, very specific in nature, and where they are concentrated also. And I'm going to basically highlight few of those specificities that we have found. So what we found that, there are places, there are spaces, and there are activities which are going to disappear, and women may have to bear the brunt. That is a larger discussion. But right now, what we find is that women are also engaged in specific cohorts of digital work. And in those cohorts, one of the most important work is the platform-based work. And in the platform and gig work, we find a lot of women are engaged in service deliveries in the manufacturing sector. And we had done a study, a small study, which is going to be continued again in a second phase. But the first phase was with a very common app-based service delivery company, which was the Urban Company. And we had been looking at women. We had interviewed almost 120 women in that piece of work that we were doing. And we found that there were two very prominent features that came out. And one was very interesting that, I mean, we knew about it, but it was actually getting corroborated by the insights and the interviews that we conducted, that the autonomy of time use that women had while they were using an app-based service delivery platform like Urban Company was very, very dear to the women. And the flexibility of time use that they had was very, very important for them, because that could actually lead to balancing their other household responsibilities, as well as also give them the opportunity to earn. Which was not possible for a 9-to-5 sort of parlor engagement. And we were actually looking at women who are working in the beauty segment. So any physical engagement in beauty parlors would need them to work for a specific 8 to 10 hours without any flexibility, while an app-based one would give them some amount of flexibility of working. And that was very dear to the women. We also found that women were earning around in a range of rupees 500 to rupees 1200 in a day. And they were quite happy, because most women said that we are able to increase our earnings, monthly earnings, by actually engaging with the app. But when delved deeper, we also found that increasing earnings using the app was at the cost of reducing their autonomy and flexibility of time, which means that basically to earn more incomes, they had to do more calls a day. And that actually reduced their flexibility, the one that they wanted to have. Now, that was very interesting. While on the one hand, they were happy with it, but there was also this entire question about highlighting a component which was really getting compromised if they had to increase their earnings. The second important finding that we found was a very high dissatisfaction level among the women in terms of the incentive structures in which they were operating within the application-based, with the aggregator company. And that was mostly related to not having any mechanisms for mobility within the structure, upward mobility in their occupational, occupational patterns that they had. And there was also this entire question about replicating the occupational segregation. Now, occupational segregation is basically, we have these women concentrated sectors and we have these male dominated sectors. And those were getting actually replicated. The offline occupational segregation of jobs were actually getting replicated in the app-based and platform work as well. So that was one of the very important findings that we have been highlighting since then, that actually platform work is not really creating any new employment. What it is doing is it's replicating the physical space into an online space, and with it, it is also bringing on the normative and the patriarchal nature of the labor markets into the online practices. So having said that, we also have, so this was one part. The second part of the digital world that we were exploring was with the women frontline workers who were basically using, or who were being asked to use app-based service delivery mechanisms. And that was within the government system. So in India, we are all aware in this room that we are always following an agent-based delivery model for service deliveries of the last mile services. And we basically were looking at women in Chhattisgarh, women frontline workers, whom we did a pilot where we had introduced this application, which was going to empower, which was basically going to train a few thousand women in the applications. And it was about the objective of that application was to create more awareness about government programs, and also enable greater access for women to greater access for women for the government programs, the government schemes. Now, having said that, in that particular program, I mean, that was a very important study for us, where we actually trained more than 5,000 women with the application, which was basically about extending extending awareness about government's programs in the area, and also facilitating the documentation processes for accessing the government programs in that area. And what we found, those 5,000 trained frontline workers, what we wanted to see two things in those, which, I mean, we wanted to see a range of things, but two things that I want to speak about here is, one is that those agents and those frontline workers actually informed about 26% increase in their income earnings, that is the commission-based earnings that they have by using those apps. And increasing earnings also come with a very narrow sense of empowerment, but it is also actually an empowerment. So therefore, that was there, that they felt that using the app was somewhere increasing their empowerment in terms of being able to earn more, in terms of the commissions that they get in by getting more women into the fold of the government programs. The second thing that we saw in that was the trainings. So what we the trainings the trainings that we conducted for the apps, actually after a few months the usage of the apps were stopped because the trainings were not regular. So therefore there is this entire question about a very regularized training process for including more women, if you want women frontline workers to actually use the digital technology, if you want to use if the government actually wants the frontline workers to use digital, then the trainings have to be a very regularized process. The third study that we had done was about hybrid models of work. And this is completely for a very different sector of women, a high-skilled sector, because we are talking about sectors which can actually accommodate remote work or work from home possibilities. And it comes with women, and it is for women with higher skills. And within that study, and we had partnered with Zoom on that, and within that study, one of our major findings, again, was that women were extremely accepting to the fact that the workplace or the institutions that they work for should have a regularized policy of hybrid work, because remote work possibilities, work from home possibilities often provide women with being able to balance their work and personal life. And that is very extremely close to women's responsibilities and their existence in the society, because they have their household responsibilities and they are always kind of struggling to balance between the care and unpaid and the paid work world of those works. So that was one of the major findings that we had, where we were recommending to the government that every institution possible, if there is a way of remote working, should be extending remote work possibilities to the women. But we also came across challenges that women were constantly complaining about about the fact that the physical invisibility in the office space constantly was coming in terms of their upward mobility issues within the organization. So all of these are challenges. So going back to what Akshi was asking, so in terms of promises, there are elements of empowerment for women when we are talking about digital, and they do come with certain corollaries and challenges. And the challenges are basically a lot about the normative, the gender norms that operate within the society, the normative values that they bring about, but it is also about the type of infrastructures that we are talking about. The physical challenges that come about. The infrastructure is not only about access to smart gadgets or access to trainings or how many towers we have in a geography, but also infrastructures within the house, within the home. What kind of infrastructure is actually helping women to get a space in the house to work properly if we are talking about remote work? What kind of infrastructure are actually reducing women's work within the household? the time-saving gadgets that women may be able to use, which is going to help in platform work, in the hybrid mode of work, and also for the women frontline workers. So infrastructure challenges are not only the digital challenges, but also over and above and the extra challenges that we have. So I'm going to stop there. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Sonia, and thank you, everyone. But clearly, what is emerging, from this very diverse set of research that is being undertaken is, some of this which was obvious is that one, we know there is a divide, while there is a lot of promise in labor markets, it's replicating a lot of divide that already exists in the society outside of the digital world, and that's how those hierarchies are possibly even getting exacerbated. There's also a new, another aspect that's coming forward is that the digital is creating new kinds of labor markets. For example, as Professor Vibhor mentioned, if there's a product of disinformation, there's also a labor force that's creating it. It's also pushing us to think about the idea of inclusion differently, because what are these business models? Who are the companies, the corporates that are involved in the digital infrastructure? What kind of incentives do they have, for this digital divide to exist or not exist? So in some ways, it forces us to think about inequality the way we've had, but it also pushes us to think about it anew. But with these presentations, I'm now going to, pose a few questions to each of our panelists. And before I sort of ask my question, I had a quote from an ILO report again, and this was again something on the digital labor. So my apologies, I'm going to read out a large paragraph. It says certain groups which are already disadvantaged risk being further affected by the labor market transformation and disruption being caused by digital technology, particularly women, middle and low skilled workers, and workers with vocational training. And if you want to ensure inclusion, the ILO recommends two kinds of investments. One is improving access to digital technology at reasonable prices, but also to ensure that skills and training systems align with new technology and support workers in their lifelong learning. Kanika, I'm going to, ask you a question because you did touch upon the role of skilling, and you talk about how, you're seeing that when it comes to very high skills, mostly it's men who tend to have this. And for the purpose of the audience, before I ask Kanika to, answer, the government had a household survey, an NSS round, the results for which were released earlier this year. And it's one of those first surveys which actually asks people about their digital skills. And there are about questions on 7 to 8 skills, very basic things like, can you copy paste a file, to going higher to, can you write a formula in a spreadsheet, to going higher to whether you can code. This is asked of younger population, which is 15 to 29, people who are currently studying or just entering the labor markets. Across none of the questions do we get, there's no question where more than half of our young population says that they can do it. Of course, it's the largest skill that people, like the largest share of respondents who say that they have a skill is when it's the basic, which is copy pasting a file, where we have about 49%. And then we move to about 20, 30, and about 2% of the population, young population, which says that they can code. But within this, across all, it's urban areas, the urban young have more skills than rural. And within each, it's the men who have more skills, right? So the most skilled group of sorts is urban men, then there's urban women, then there are rural men, and there are rural women. With that sort of context in mind, Kanika, I would like you to just reflect on the kind of skilling work that we have in India, the fact that you're looking at the kind of demand for skills. What kind of policy interventions are you seeing that already exist? What are some of the gaps that you see? And how do we really create better skilling programs to bridge the skilling divide and then close the gender divide?
So actually, since you're asking me more, you're sort of asking me to go towards the policy side now from the gaps. Now, on the policy side, we already actually have 3 or 4 skilling initiatives by the government. And increasingly, there is talk in the government about bringing digital skills as a part of all the skills. So most of these skilling programs under the NSCC right now basically give hard skills. So even under the vocational training programs that we have, the different trades. So right now you have the hard skills, Some aspect of soft skills is also provided, but that's about it. Some of these government programs also provide job search assistance, but not all of them. There are very few of them that actually take it up seriously. So we do have now this increasing conversation about layering, whether you make someone a beautician, whether you make them, a data entry person, you have a bunch of trades under which you're training, but to be able to access jobs or to be able to find jobs after you get trained, these days you need digital skills which you can help, which can help you. However, for women, there are also other issues, like, there are a bunch of skilling studies which have happened and which have shown that, about 50-60% of women who get skilled don't eventually end up working in the labor market, say after 2 years, after you follow them up for 1 to 2 years. And so I'm talking about the slightly low skill market here that traditionally has been training in, under the vocational training umbrella. And some of these reasons, end up being, their inability to migrate, or not, being able to manage the job with their domestic work requirements. So, while skilling is a part which did solve for, I think, 40 to 50% women, who did not have access to skills, but there's also this other part we know, and we've been talking about it. Sona has already touched upon it in terms of the kind of contracts that women prefer due to their responsibilities at home tends to be a bit different from that of men. So, like, that part is something that maybe we can't do much about, but what we can do is at least push women by giving them the skills which they lack in, to be able to jump the curve, as I put it earlier. So I do think that NSDC is taking cognizance of it. But here again, I would like to point that quality really matters. So while you may have ITIs and a bunch of other places which are there, but what's the quality of training that you're providing to the individuals is something that we need to introspect in what's really going on there. Do these graduates really have the skills which enable them to find jobs in the market? So one is about quality of skills, even if you layer them up with the digital skill component, that's very important to maintain. And I think B, what's also important is continuation. So a lot of times, as Sona mentioned, like you provide initial training, but then there is also a part in which you need constant upgradation. So again, that's being recognized. And I think the skills framework in India will have to do that. The other countries also, which are, because of the ILO's focus on lifelong learning, are taking initiatives which allow people to upgrade or upskill themselves. So upskilling is also important. So you have the initial skills that you've given, but then upskilling becomes important, and then and then you take it forward from there. And like you just have to increase, given the skill demand. I think what is really required, the third thing which is required is increasing the spectrum of skills you're offering. Taking out obsolete skills and bringing in the new skills. So for our skilling training programs, to even change the kind of skills they're offering, takes years. And that's a third area where I see that, policy can take an initiative, do a skills assessment, bring out the skills, based on the skills assessment and a demands assessment from the industry, accordingly, co-create, either through apprenticeship programs, which are already going on, or through vocational training programs, but a demand-based skilling is important. Just a blanket skilling program does not help people to find jobs, because then you're creating excess of some people and there are not enough jobs in that field for them to find even once they graduate. So yeah, those three responses.
Yeah, thank you, Kanika. I'm just going to also move to Professor Shishir now for the next question. Professor, you touched upon the whole idea of business models, and the digital sort of economy also has these large business and tech houses as very key stakeholders and players. So now that we're reflecting on digital divide, could you elaborate more on like what kind of incentives what kind of business models are they following, and how do you incentivize bridging the gap, whether it's skilling, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's access? How do you take the digital economy and the benefits of it to the larger population, and how do you incentivize these stakeholders for that?
Yeah, that's exactly, the kind of question we, in many ways we are avoiding in terms of when the scholarship that is looking at, particularly from the structural side. So one is that the present business models are very, very lucrative, right? For the stakeholders that are involved. And so I'm not sure, I don't think that any incentive to push them in another direction will work. So I think one really needs not as much business models as, fairly stronger policy intervention, right? With the caveat that, yes, a lot of these policy interventions, if they do occur, will always be sort of, as I said earlier, behind the curve. But let's look at, for instance, a small thing, right? For instance, well, not small necessarily, but one part of this is, for instance, waste management. Right? And there is considerable opportunity for livelihood creation in waste management, right? For instance, a lot of waste, at least household waste, what is called in municipal solid waste, for instance, right? Some work that me and a colleague of ours is doing, right? And so you see, if you look at the structure of waste management, for instance, at the employment at the level of livelihoods, you have a large section of people, a lot of them women, who are basically looking for, recycling stuff, which is put there in landfills, etc. Right? Most of their, for instance, labor is unaccounted for. Right? And I would want to argue, for instance, that here is an area waiting for a particular kind of intervention where, for instance, right from the start, from the household level waste generation, if one were to understand what is the level, what kinds of waste are being done, created, etc., right? From there right till the end, right, to minimize, for instance, if you had that agenda to minimize landfills, how does one begin to use data for better city governance, right, which creates more livelihoods, and particularly improved livelihoods for women, right, in many sectors, right? So I think rather than put more of our eggs in a basket of, realigning and incentivizing the older business models or the current business models, I think we need to inaugurate a kind of real shift in the way that we think about data, right? Which so far I'm arguing has been not comprehensively, but considerably has been privatized in many ways. And so how does one really rethink better city governance, right? So inclusivity, I'm trying to suggest, becomes a very important feature of this new agenda, which the government has to really step in. And that agenda, I think, of bringing in data as part of citizenry, etc., will make a substantial impact on the lives of women, lives of many people who otherwise are invisibilized, right? Whose work is not really accounted for. So that's the tension that I think we have ignored, and it's working very well. I think in some ways, there is a blind spot that is there, but a blind spot that is really not really effective in the way that we are governing our everyday lives.
Thank you, Professor Jha. Sona, if I could come to you next, because you've already spoken about this, and we know that the gig or the platform economy is definitely one of those key transformative ways in which digital is intersecting with the world of work. Now, you spoke about the work that you've done with women who are part of this economy and what is emerging, but we also know that those women are still a very small share of the overall workforce that is working in this gig economy. So given India's already sort of very low rates of female labor force participation, and that for now it seems to be getting replicated even in this gig economy, I don't know if it's worse or better. What is really the promise of this economy for women? And what are some of the gaps that we can address at least now, if that promise has to be realized?
Thanks, Akshi, for that really important question. I think one of the important promises that it holds is basically that it is not going to wipe out women or more women from the labor force, and it's going to keep women into the labor force and not really create much more downward slopes for the labor force participation rates of women in India that we have been experiencing for at least a decade, if not more. Now, once definitely that, but it comes with such great challenges of the digital divide, the gender divide, that it really needs to be addressed at the moment very, very urgently. Now, one of the things that comes to my mind immediately is not only handing out smart gadgets to women, or not only, it is not, the solution doesn't lie in handing out smart gadgets to women. It also doesn't lie in the way in which women use smartphones. So basically, there are gender norms associated with the usage of smartphones within the household by girls and women, which Dr. Helsper was actually mentioning. And we have also found it very strongly in all our work. The evidence is very clear. But it is about how well women are suited, girls are suited in terms of accepting the technology, in terms of having the trust and confidence in the technology to be able to use it for furthering their livelihoods, creation abilities, potentials, capacities, and also ensuring employment in the future. So I think there is this huge question about skilling, training, but it doesn't stop only with skilling and training. It goes beyond that. It goes beyond the, and I'm being very generic here by saying that women usually face a lot of challenges in accessing the labor markets in general. And when they are accessing digital labor markets, the challenges kind of layer up more, because usually women are excluded in terms of any new technology that comes to the forefront. So therefore, there is a need for the government to actually facilitate, if not they themselves are, if not for themselves to actually skill and train and generate awareness around new technologies, it is very important for them to create an enabling mechanism in the entire skilling ecosystem. What Kanika mentioned about apprenticeships, it's very important that apprenticeships also focus on this digital inclusion of women and girls, which it is not doing currently with the national apprenticeship programs that have come out. And it promises to, but it still is yet to go into the grounds properly. And to ensure that this digital inclusion starts early from schooling. The divide basically starts closing at school. I think the graph that Dr. Helsper showed was very, very interesting. And in fact, it is a reality that there is a problem of self-confidence among the girls, because again, the normative framework comes in. And that is where we need to actually also work. So there is the supply as well as the demand side, which needs to be worked upon in order to be able to realize the potentials of platforms and gigs in future for women and girls in particular.
Thank you, Sona. Professor Vibodh, I'm going to also continue, thinking about the gig economy. And also, we are hearing a lot of the importance of, policy interventions. And gig economy also sort of presents like currently a gray space when you come about, think about social security or labor laws. And there's the promise of flexibility, but also worker protection. So I know, you've done work on regulation, but when you reflect on this, in the particular context of gig economy workers, what role are you seeing that regulation is currently playing or can play? But also, what's that sweet spot, right? Like, how much regulation is good and where do you want to stop with it? So any thoughts on that?
Okay, so I think the word gig work, I'm been always a bit troubled by that, rather than sort of, we've embraced it very, very quickly, rather than sort of more squarely talking about, the way in which work is informalized and casualized. I mean, that's the core of understanding what lies behind this phrase of gig. But, having said that, so 4 dimensions, which I could think of in terms of discussions on regulation, the geopolitical, the organizational, legal, and normative. The sweet spot clearly is the geopolitical. Okay. because the fracture in the gig economy, so to say, is between sort of, domestic labor force and transnational capital. And with the sort of very big push on digital sovereignty by the government, I think this, in a sense, is perhaps the sweetest spot there to try and sort of balance the interests, safeguard the rights of gig workers while sort of balancing the interests of kind of global capital. And that perhaps could be one sort of large level window that the actors in the gig economy and scholars, in a sense, start talking about. Because it's just kind of meta level sort of regulatory thinking, which perhaps gets sidelined with the very deep and sort of focused field work which folks are doing. So that for me is the sweet spot per se. The less sweet, or perhaps the not so sweet spots, there are three parts there. On the legal side, there is a sort of difference of opinion among legal experts on collective bargaining. Okay, especially a kind of a gray area in kind of competition regulation, where of course collective bargaining deals not with individuals but a bunch of small players, companies together, trying to negotiate with effectively duopolist platform power. This perhaps could be fixed by a sort of mix of case law, advocacy by associations and small players, and by perhaps far more systematic empirical research in terms of what happens in the absence of this, rather than the sort of research on labor, which traditionally, of course, in India has been largely based, sort of ideologically informed there. So something more focusing, translating those ideological sort of concerns into sort of mechanisms that might try and address aspects of balance of power, especially dealing with collective bargaining. The third part is the organizational part here. And there's been debate sort of recently over the last few years globally on this whole idea of platform cooperativism. Okay. So there the focus has been on creating digital infrastructure and data, which are actually co-owned by the users here. That could perhaps be one way to try and address some of the implications of the privatization of data, which Shishir sort of talked about as well. For example, there was a former colleague who's developing this app called Meri Sawari. It's still in a kind of early stage, and it's essentially the idea there is to try and develop a kind of an urban transport app, but which is sort of co-owned and cooperated by, in a sense, the transport workers themselves, with very different kind of data use and data protection sort of scenarios. Yeah, so platform cooperativism is sort of one organizational way one could start thinking ahead. Yeah. Last, of course, is the normative part of it. Yeah, and I think there quite clearly the communication rights framework is something which really needs to be looked at more closely beyond scholars of communication. So communication rights is not only about advocating a new set of rights, it's sort of more talking about evolving an expanded sort of framework of associated enabling rights. Okay, so it's not just protecting existing rights, but perhaps try and advancing them, keeping in mind both the material and the moral interests of different types of stakeholders there. I think much more sort of work needs to be done on that. A lot of work perhaps needs to be framed in the context of communication rights. Okay, especially if we are dealing with this information economy about which we really don't have much of information. Yeah. So that, as far as the gig part is concerned, it could be other regulatory stuff on the access, and I can come back to that later on if you want to.
Sure, thank you. So in the interest of time, I'm going to ask a very quick round of second questions, and then I'll just open it up. I hope I have time, like please let me know in case I exceed that. But Professor Vibodh, I'm actually going to come back to you to start this one. And I know you've done some work in the light of the pandemic with a focus on the creative sort of labor force. But I was very interested if you could share a little bit about that, because obviously the pandemic was a big disruptor in the way we adopted digital technologies into the world of the work. So if you could just tell us a little bit about what you found.
Yeah, sure. This is the kind of other part of the labor in the media economy, which is the sort of production labor, the manufacturing labor. And this is not my own research, but we sort of did a student project last spring on trying to sort of capture the experiences of creative labor during the pandemic year. We looked at the music industry, the independent music industry, graphics, multimedia, theater, and audiovisual layer. And of course, the point was made earlier as well that like in wider media markets, the markets of digital creative labor are also found in this process of de-skilling and reskilling. Yeah, that's something which sort of came out quite clearly there, yeah. Which of course then creates vulnerabilities for different types of media labor. Of course, depending where they actually stand, what are their kind of legacy scenarios and so on and so forth. Excuse me. Sort of quickly sum up. I mean, this is a really fascinating project we did with the students last semester. Quickly sort of summarizing things, elements of novelty and elements of continuity. So novelty sort of, to some extent, were perhaps dealing with augmentation of processes, which had already started off in the pre-pandemic era, and therefore they took new forms. Yeah. Okay. So the whole idea of freelancing in that sense got a big boost here. Why? Because everybody was a freelancer during the pandemic. Okay. Social networks played an important role in identifying and gaining opportunities in the work environment. And I'm not talking about social networks based on devices, but embedded sort of social networks. Yeah. There was evidence of massive interaction with media labor in other countries because of the pandemic. So these sort of associations became far more closer because I guess everybody was feeling vulnerable across the world. Yeah. Crowdsourcing, again, is something which sort of picked up. Interestingly enough, the pressures of crowdsourcing moved from managers and producers to the workers themselves. So those who were producing a certain kind of content or contributing in one part of the value chain then was also obliged to sort of raise money. There were some efforts by sort of the media platforms to cushion the impact of pandemic. Some of them, of course, are more talked about than the others there. But they seem to largely benefit members of existing associations and more organized forms of labor, yeah, unions and so on and so forth, yeah, okay, rather than individuals and freelancers. Yeah, that's again something which came out very clearly in the student studies here. Continuities, 4 or 5 points on that. This whole sort of thrust on multitasking, okay, that got tremendously augmented there. Okay, and one of the interviews with an employer, the student sort of noted the word. They didn't use the word multitasking, but the employer said adjacent work. Okay, so we have a new vocabulary, I guess, coming in for our next seminar on that. Yeah. This whole dislocation of the work cycle around the clock. So if you're involved with transnational sort of networks of casual labor, then obviously also involved in transnational sort of work hours. Yeah. A clear shift towards remuneration based on units of work rather than on units of time. Yeah. It's again something which had started off earlier, but it got far more codified. Yeah. The push for hybrid work, especially by women. There's a point which sort of Sona talked about. Again, that's something which sort of emerged from that. And of course, a greater emphasis on digital marketing. Yeah, since during the pandemic, out-of-home marketing systems had collapsed. Yeah. Okay, so that again leads to the idea of reskilling and de-skilling, because traditionally in media companies, you'll have a relatively small amount of labor force focusing on digital marketing, and the larger focus labor force will be working on out-of-home marketing. Yeah. That in a sense got slightly sort of reversed. So many, of course, those who are on the manufacturing and the management side had to try and reskill themselves. This is certainly interesting kind of thing which came out. And I mean, traditionally, we've not really looked at the creative industries as a labor force in India. We are stuck with the more traditional ways of understanding that, which of course is much more central to the economy. Yeah. But I think if you're talking about the more central role that the media and information plays in the economy, perhaps there ought to be more research in those sectors as well.
No, thank you for sharing those insights. And Kanika, I just want to bring you in with some thoughts that, Professor Vibhot, he was talking about a different kind of industry, but this was the shift in the pandemic. And that brings us to the shift that we all saw, all companies resorted to remote work. But, coming back to what happened just last month, there was this big news, this TCS, which is one of those largest employers of women, faced higher attrition rates last year as women, as the company asked people to return to work. And in the words of their own, heads of the company, they speculate that women dropped out in larger numbers because the shift to remote work sort of allowed them to, juggle possibly their household responsibilities better. And now that they are being asked to come back, they're rather, wanting to leave and stick to work where that flexibility is there. So Kanika, I just wanted some of your thoughts, like, how do we think about remote work now going forward, now that, a lot of companies are returning to this. They have tried that model for it, some it worked, but there's still a push that they still want to return to work from office, but it's clearly not working out. And we are seeing higher attrition rates, but how do we make sense of this going forward if we want to really tap the benefits of the digital work for the labor markets?
So here, I think there are two things here. I think the digital work will continue, right? I'm like that will only increase because everything is becoming more and more digital focused than what it used to be earlier, from like in every stream almost, and in every in most kind of mid to higher skill job roles. On work from home, at least my interaction with employers has been that most of them don't want a full work from home policy anymore because they have felt that it affects productivity of employees, and it's not it's not worth the the kind of productivity losses that they feel that they're incurring because of work from home. So this is firsthand some of the employers I have spoken to. So I don't think that full work from home is something that most companies will adopt. They will not. Going forward, either it will be hybrid or it will be at office work. But there'll be very few jobs which will be completely remote. So I think that is something that is going to be there. Now we can't change that, right? I mean, you can. There's no way even the government can incentivize the employers here, because they will do whatever they think is in their best interest in terms of getting maximum output from their employees. So I don't think any policy intervention can really work when it comes to the nature of work. That's something that is going to be decided between the worker and the employer. What can be done is bringing women in fields maybe in which remote work is a bigger possibility. If you think that can enable them to stay on, especially when their life stages change. If something that enables women to carry on with their work, that is something that government can focus on, where you try to bring women in these job roles, which at least allow you to do some kind of hybrid work, which are not fully at office job roles. That is something which I think is a possibility in which are skilling women appropriately in the kind of job roles in which they see themselves continuing down the line as they mature. Although, as Sona has already pointed out, there are also issues here of not being visible of the fact that work from home also pulls women down. So, while there is this opportunity of, okay, at least you get to stay on, right? Versus, okay, you're getting to stay on, but your wages are going to be lower, or you will not be promoted. And eventually, if you get demotivated, you end up leaving the workforce. I think there are trade-offs here. Like we typically know that there are trade-offs in any kind of choices that we make. There are trade-offs here, and then I think you have to choose which is the one that is a bigger devil, whether earning enough or whether reducing the pay gaps and the other thing that we also care about. And here I don't think we have answers right now, and even I don't have an answer right now. And it is something that only sort of we can get to know that okay, maybe pushing you over the hump, at least when you've stayed on, maybe after those critical years have passed, then you end up coming back and then you're able to flourish. Maybe that's one way to see it, that at least it helps you stay on, whereas the other option would have been for you to just simply drop out, right? That's one way to think about it. But whether that really allows women to later flourish once they have crossed that initial path where yes, they were facing this issue, but yeah, those critical years have gone by, the children have sort of grown up, and now they can sort of and now even if they want, they can come back and work physically from the office space. at least more from the physical space that ideally they should be working in. So those are my thoughts, that there are trade-offs here, and I think it's an open question whether whether one should encourage it, discourage it, and I think there are choices that women will have to make for themselves, and let's do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Kanika. So now I also want to bring you in with the same question. Do you have any thoughts in addition to what Kanika said about how this shift is sort of playing out?
I completely agree with Kanika when she says that this is only going to increase. In fact, in the next 20-25 years, we're probably going to bring it into the center, because we have been moving fast forward because of the pandemic in accepting and using technology so much into the work, which wasn't there before that. This shift is therefore, I think something that you asked me in the earlier question, I'm just going to continue a bit on that in this context, is when I said that it was important to build confidence and trust in use of technology among girls and women, and bridging the gap starts from there. There is also the other side, the fact that I began from the premise that that online is actually replicating all the labor market inequalities that the offline has, and there is a role of like a regulatory framework in that, which Dr. Parthasarathy was talking about. But there is also a proactive role, specifically in terms of women's labor force participation, which we keep continuously talking about, is introducing women to more non-traditional occupations, and I want to bring that part into this context and in this discussion, that there is an opportunity in this digital expansion and in this shift where we can actually create spaces for women in non-traditional livelihood opportunities in sectors where they have not been present before, to create spaces for them in that sector. And there can be a lot of opportunities. How? I'm still not sure. We have to get into that discussion. We have to bring that discourse. But I think we have an opportunity of really breaking the rigid occupational segregations that men and women operate in within the physical labor market spaces. Also, there is an opportunity of formalizing a lot of informalities and informal structures that are present in the labor markets right now using the digital. How we are going to do it is something that is definitely, that needs a lot of more discussions, and I'm not probably the expert to speak on that, but those are the things I think are very important to bring into the discourse.
Thank you, Sona. And Professor Shishir, I'm going to ask you also, it's my last question, slightly the heaviest of those questions, because we've been hearing, the need for regulation. We also know that technology, a lot of people who are very enthusiastic about it also talk about it, how it helps us sort of overcome the kind of biases that you otherwise have. Now, when you were, presenting your initial research, you talked about a very important concern, is that are algorithms really becoming a substitute for sort of our public policy, or will they end up becoming a substitute? So if we have this clearly a case for policy interventions, if we want to, based on how the labor markets will change with digital technology. So how do you now look at the role of algorithms? How do we guard against this sort of substitution that may happen, or how do we use it in a way that actually, benefits people rather than sort of reinforces a lot of the biases that are currently existing?
Yeah, that's a question that, again, I ask my colleagues at computer science engineering here, one of the best, well-known departments in the country, and they also don't have a very good answer to this question. I think it's an important question to ask. But what could be done is to sort of step away from the fact that in larger and larger contexts, a lot of the algorithms are made by private entities, and you are unable to really figure out the premises and assumptions in that, right? There have been suggestions, for instance, of auditing algorithms about what goes into it, right? But again, this is not an easy task, because algorithms are becoming smarter, they're learning algorithms, right? So it's not like you have just one thing that is, if you look at even Google, and over the years, the number of algorithms that it has been using, it is escalating, right? So one immediate answer to your question is that, very difficult problem to crack, but one doesn't have to crack the entire problem right away. For instance, the work that one student is doing on algorithms and the taxi drivers, right? What we have tried to do, with some success, is to be able to see that, for instance, for the same, same distance, almost the same kind of, destinations, you have, and not surprising perhaps, you have different kinds of, payments that is required, right? So several things. So as I think we both mentioned earlier about, collectivization, collective bargaining. So two things are, I think, crucial. One is, well, what is the empirical reality that you need to be able to produce before the government, and perhaps even before that, maybe before the courts, right? So to actually get empirical data, even taking screenshots of several taxi drivers and how do they experience this, right? And what is the difference? And there's no explanation. When you ask for explanations, it's not given, right? So that's one part. One needs to, over time, make and build this database of empirical reality and how particularly algorithms are shaping one's experience. A. B, and I also, the second thing that we both also mentioned was the platform cooperativism, which I wanted to mention earlier also. So there are, perhaps not yet in India, but in other parts of the world, there are some interesting, examples that have arisen. For instance, I just made a note for, there is a company called Modo in Vancouver, which is based on, car sharing cooperatives, right? So the important part is the ownership of these platforms, right? And what does the ownership do to the value creation and value distribution, right? Your current dominant models do not allow any kind of, interference in that, right? Because, for instance, just using many of these taxi apps, there is so much of data being generated on traffic, but that is all quote unquote proprietary. It could really address, perhaps in large cities, traffic direction, help you with, as I said earlier, better city management, better city governance, right? So there are examples in other parts of the world. Modo is one I mentioned, Fairmondo. So there's a person called Trevor Scholes who's written quite a bit about platform cooperativism, right? So we need to think of those alternative models where platforms are organized very differently from the way they are right now. So the idea of inclusion becomes integral, right? Integral to the design of the platform itself, right? Not as an afterthought, right? And that is, I think, a crucial part of how the way I sort of engaging and with my students on this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shishir. And with that, I'm going to open it up for questions because we have lunch on the other side. So we will keep it to like 2 or 3 quick questions. But please, if anybody has any questions for any of the panelists, please feel free to ask. Yes, we have some.
My name is Anuja and I'm an independent journalist based in Delhi. I wanted to check, we spoke a lot about offline labor markets, the precarity passing on to online markets, and at the same time about collective bargain and cooperative platform. Any thoughts that any of you would like to share on unionizing and organizing in a gig platform workspace / digital labor force? Particularly because there are a few organizations that are coming up, whether it's in the app-based taxi sector or even women workers of urban company. So do you think in the foreseeable future, this may be a pressure group that works? Or do you think the nature of these platforms are such that it is too disseminated and it's difficult to organize a platform like this?
Yeah, thank you, Anuja. Anybody on our panel? Do you want to go? I think everybody's a little nervous. Anybody wants to take that question, or maybe I just call upon everyone to answer it. Okay, so now you could go.
Okay. I think very interesting, Lee. I was actually itching to talk about it, but did not mention it throughout. We actually found that, when we did the urban company study, it was before the urban company women workers collectivized for a greater incentive. And they were constantly expressing their dissatisfaction on being unable to collectivize or get into some collective efforts. But it is not so difficult as it is of collectivization, because when push comes to shove, they did, and it showed that it had an impact. Of course, localized, but it did. Similarly, localized efforts at collectivization have been seen within the Swiggy workers, which happened in Kolkata, which happened in Trivandrum, and also among the Uber cab drivers when they go on these collective strikes, you see. So there are collectivization possibilities, but those are not embedded in the mechanisms, the formal mechanisms of the aggregator companies or the service delivery companies that are doing it. And currently, there are examples of signing contracts by saying that collectivization may not be part of the executive partners' way of functioning. So while it is getting difficult and more difficult to collectivize, I think it is also not so difficult to collectivize informally outside the structures of the aggregator companies. But the major challenge is that what we faced with, because the workers are all scattered across, they are only connected through the apps, but they are smarter because they actually get connected through another app to collectivize, So those are ways in which if there is an effort and if there is a real push, then they really get into some other forms of applications and connect with each other. In fact, what I missed out when I was talking about our frontline workers study in Chhattisgarh, one of the component of empowerment was understanding their mechanisms of using the app to build their own community and strengthen their own networks. And that is the way in which we have seen that collectivization efforts have taken place outside the service delivery companies' apps. Those are not easy, of course, because the regulatory frameworks are also very difficult to negotiate, but there are possibilities. Yeah. But I guess you should also take up some part of it.
So you talked about unions. I mean, union is a bad word. So one very sort of shouldn't kind of get too much into that. So I don't know from the sort of hard legal side, if you are not an employee, a lawyer in the group could perhaps address that question, then what does the nature of your association in a union concern there? Okay. So that's sort of one issue to think in terms of the nature of that labor force. Yeah. Secondly, platforms actually are created to fragment markets and therefore with that labor force. And then, of course, down the line, rejoin and consolidate those markets. Okay. So there is perhaps some sort of a structural impediment in the way the sort of platform economy tends to work, which might sort of impede formalized versions of collectivization. Now, whether platforms should be obliged in that sense to have those apps that we're talking about built into the platform, that could be an obligation. Okay, like you have other kinds of judicial mechanisms for judicial and complaints and so on and so forth. Yeah. So is that obligation, should that be built into the sort of the way of recognizing the presence of platforms in certain jurisdictions, or should that activity continue outside platforms? There would be, I guess, a pretty strong debate on that. Some would want the obligations to be built into the platform, whereas some might argue that perhaps this kind of interactions ought to be only outside the platform for various other kinds of reasons of security and so on, so forth, safety. So I think, yeah, that's a sort of interesting kind of thing to think in terms of that. I think there's been only some amount of experience on that, which is coming up from those who are involved with the unions in the Bombay film industry. A large amount of the last of the unions in the media industry that are in Bombay, not sort of from technicians to lightmen, makeups, and so on and so forth. And perhaps what their experience has been during the pandemic, when they sort of all went kind of invisible, so to say, and could they try and sort of leverage some kind of benefits from their employees? That could be one way of understanding this, but I mean, I don't have any further specific case examples on that. Yeah. Platform capitalism, yes, it's a totally different way of understanding platforms. And I guess those who adopt the sensibility of platform capitalism would clearly like to sort of build some of these kind of welfare or cushion measures into the structure of the platform which Shishir was talking about. So your kind of your result mechanisms are internal to your organizational structure rather than something being outside that. Yeah.
All right, yeah, thank you. If there's one more question we could take, but otherwise I think we could close this. Oh, there's one more. So that's the last question for this panel. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Amritamal from National Council for Applied Economic Research. I'm working as a programmer over there. I have a 10 years experience in health research and economic research. This is not basically a question, but I would like to give you the numbers. So this is from one of the recruitment from Ministry of Information Technology. The numbers says 28% of the application for a scientific cadre technical IT post is like 28% from women category. And then 25% for the technical IT category. And the selection is not even 1/4 of the women with the technical skills. So all of them were eligible, cleared the written examination, but when it comes to the final selection list, not even 1/4 of them. So which means women are into digital field, technical field with skills, with experience, everything, but not into the final selection. And this 33 reservation quota is not followed over there. And that need to be noted because that's very important when you talk about digital inclusion and empowerment, especially with women. And there is also one more thing when I talk about this work from home. This work from home, it's all about like basically women in their independent world, free birds, but inside the cage. So their interaction with the social network, with the other people, it's completely reducing down. And they're becoming the free birds inside the cage, basically. So though they were able to do something with the work, but they're not able to develop the skills, and their involvement with the engagement with the major technical work is it's like reducing. And their next level promotion and everything is like reducing, as she said. So the government are giving a platform for the women to be part of improving their technical skills, but not a platform to utilize those skills. And when you talk about this IT corporate world, more of women are engaged in the project management and then testing of the application, but not in the innovative works, especially the app development, programming skills. So the long time involvement of women in the corporate world is not safe. For example, if you take the number of women working for a long time, like 10 years in corporate field or a research field, especially in the digital thing, it's not up to the mark. So until we break down all this thing and we bridge the gap, all of this, whatever we talk about this digital inclusion and the empowerment, nothing is going to work out.
Thank you. That's a slightly cynical, but a very apt way to also conclude this panel, that we know that the gaps exist, and currently we're at a very important point that if we want to move ahead, we'll have to keep those gaps in mind while designing any sort of interventions. With that, thank you to all the panelists for all your patient answers to our questions and for sharing all this research. And
Thanks to you for excellent moderation.
See you there.
Thank you, dear panelists, for joining us. And to those who have joined us online, Professor Jha and Professor Mahajan, if you could next time grace us with your presence here, it would be wonderful. We will now break for lunch, and we hope to.
It stands and they'll also come. Yeah. We're talking about inclusion, right?
Bye.
We will get you in the picture. That's fine. Yeah, the real, this was virtual, this are real. All three are kind of.
We begin with the next panel at 2. So we request you to be back by then. Thank you.
Welcome back. Hope you all had a nice lunch and got the opportunity to talk to each other. I think post-lunch sessions are the most difficult ones, especially after having a full meal lunch. But to make it interesting, we have a wonderful panel that is digital literacy and skills, facilitating learnings and government services. Now I take the opportunity to introduce you to our esteemed panel and the panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Bidisha Banerjee. Dr. Banerjee is an educator, researcher, and people manager. She has a wide range of experience in governance, sustainable development, and social responsibility in developing markets, migration, and academia. She is an associate professor and deputy director at Amity Institute of Public Policy, Amity University, Noida. She is the editor of 2 books, Universities as Living Labs of Sustainability and Reimagining Sustainable Futures, the SDG Framework. Next, we have Dr. Mansi Kedia. Dr. Kedia is a fellow at the Indian Council for Research on International Economics Relations. Her areas of research include telecommunication and digital policy, trade and industrial policy. Her ongoing research includes issues related to the governance of the internet competition, emerging tech, and the future of work in India. She was a member of the task force rewriting the direct tax code for India and a mid-career fellow of the Internet Society. She is currently a co-chair of the T20 task force on our common digital future, affordable, accessible, and inclusive digital public infrastructure. Our third panelist for panel 2 is Dr. P. Vigneshwara Ilavarasan, Professor, Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi. Dr. Vigneshwara is Abdulaziz Al Sagar Chair Professor at the Department of Management Studies, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He researches and teaches about the interaction of ICTs, society, and business. He is a recipient of the Outstanding Young Faculty Fellowship Award at IIT Delhi and Professor M.N. Srinivas Memorial Prize of the Indian Sociological Society. He is a Senior Research Fellow at LIRNE Asia, a leading regional ICT policy and regulation think tank. Currently, he is a section editor of Society and Politics, Helion, Elsevier, and Cell Press. Finally, joining us online, we have Miss Sharon Bhutto, Executive Director, Lead at Kriya University. Ms. Bhutto combines the expansive experience of over 18 years in research and international development with over 7 years in the field of digital financial services and financial inclusion. Ms. Sharon is passionate about finding effective solutions to promote enterprise growth and development and realize the potential of microfinance and small businesses. At LEAD, Sharon focuses on bringing the right combination of talent, expertise, and stakeholders together to ensure that investments and efforts are perfectly aligned with the desired goals. This panel will be moderated by Dr. K.S. Arul Selvan, Professor and Director, School of Journalism and New Media Studies, IGNOU. With over 18 years of media education experience, Dr. Selvan is coordinating master's degree program at SOJNMS. Additionally, he coordinates 3 Swayam-based MOOC courses, Media and Information Literacy for Teachers, Media Information and Empowerment, and Digital Media. He is serving as an editor for the research journal, IGNOU Journal of Media and Empowerment. Prior to that, he was associated with the South Asian Journalism Program of the BBC World Service Trust as a trainer, mentor, and project coordinator. May I welcome you all, please, to the dais.
Good afternoon. It's a challenge. We like to face it with all the panelists post-lunch session. Digital empowerment, that is a process, a complex one. And all this symposium and all the efforts we are trying to accelerate the process and speed. The problem is for speed up the empowerment process is the digital inequality. As Ellen was talking about the physical access to ICT tool doesn't mean that everybody gets the equal benefit or opportunity to engage with ICT. That's true. The social inequality directly or indirectly translate into digital inequality. The solution for empowerment the problem for the empowerment is the digital inequality. The solution is the digital literacy. Digital literacy is a solution, and ultimate goal is empowerment. The problem is inequality. So this is a very complex process, and we'll try to understand the complex process in order to have some better understanding to recommend some ideas. So in this panel, particularly looking at the intersection of media literacy, training, and accessing government services. And morning, Arindam was talking about why not we have a digital literacy education in India. We have a lot of initiatives, and but as Ellen was talking about, mostly it's in a functional training. Functional training in the sense media literacy in Digital India program, media literacy program are happening very long period of time, or introducing hardwares and access to computer, because from 4th, 5th standard onwards, CBSE introducing the curriculum, and many state boards are doing. And unfortunately, that doesn't solve our issue of inequalities. Because the most disadvantaged people, even after having a better access, may not be able to take the benefit. I'm quoting the Ellen's slide today morning. Even 93-94% of mobile reach in Indian context as of now, but that doesn't provided a convincing answer for empowerment status in Indian context. So this is the lack of policy issues in India, whereas if you go Europe and other developed countries, they have educational intervention very long period of time, 40, 50 years back when we got a magazine boom, the colorful magazine, color television came into the existence. Schools reacted, the school regulatory bodies reacted to train the youngsters. Even after having 750 million internet users in India, second largest in the world, but still we don't have a clear-cut policy decision on having a proper educational intervention to promote digital literacy. So that's a current status. And of course, having a digital literacy as a curriculum or training package may not solve this problem, because this is a way of life. And teaching youngsters or adult or any section about the 2 days, 5 days, 6 months, 1 year package of digital literacy may not solve the problem, but we need to have a multi-perspective approach of formal, informal, non-formal educational intervention. The one, there are a lot of curriculums are available, national level, CBSE, they have a media education curriculum for 9th standard, 10th standard, 11th, 12th and all. Majority, they're looking at reviewing the films or reviewing how to make films and like that only. So not about the critical approach or inculcate the digital literacy to have access the right information and understand the information and participate in the communication process. These are the 3 pillars of media literacy or digital literacy perspective. Right, so this is the broad outline I have given, but this panel looking at, coming from the very diverse background, looking at the possibilities of digital literacy training vis-a-vis with the government services from that perspective. And order of presentation. So I'll request Dr. Vidisha Banerjee. We'll have a panel in a 2 format, 2 sections. Initial, your inputs are based on the thematic area. Then we will want to your reaction on specific thematic areas for the project. So, okay, first round, you'll have a 7 to 8 minutes individual presentation, then inputs based on the project. Then later we'll go to the question and answer session. So Dr. Vidisha, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So at the outset, I want to say I am not a specialist in digital education, but having dabbled so much with the digital space, not just the pandemic, but otherwise as well, I think I can talk about it, especially from the duality that I'm going to bring in here. when we talk about digital literacy, and it was popularized by Glister, we are talking about what is taught in school, how we are able to use phones. At the core level, there is a basic assumption that everyone has a phone. At the core level, there is a basic assumption that there is some sort of connectivity via the internet, Wi-Fi, etc. We are living in India, which is a land of duality. On one hand, we are talking about, regulating AI. On the other hand, we are talking about India, where there is a difference in smartphone access between rural women and rural men. We are talking about a difference in access between rural women and urban women. Also rural men and urban men. We are also talking about a duality where which sector you belong to will make a lot of difference in your understanding of the word digital and how you use it. So if you are an IT professional, your exposure levels will be very different from what if you are part of, say, the agriculture sector. So there is gender, there is urban rural, there is sectoral differences, there is an age group difference. Senior citizens are not digitally illiterate. So whatever schemes, whatever benefits you want to give them, and you make sure that they can click a button and it's available to them, it is not. And it can be the very educated senior citizens, but that's not the group that exists only. So there is a duality in age groups. There is also a duality that exists in income, in caste, in religion, which transcends the overall duality that exists in India. So under this duality, when we talk about access to digital literacy, access to digital skills, we need to be very sure what is it that what we want. Do we want everyone to be able to access some of the government schemes on the phone? Or are we talking about everyone having a phone? Or are we talking about everyone having access to the internet? Unless we solve this first order problem, the whole conversation seems mootless. I am an educator. I deal a lot with, trying to find out how much of the dissertations and the thesis are plagiarized. That is my almost a core job. So how much of it is from ChatGPT-4? And lo behold, Amity has Turnitin, which gives you the AI content. So we have the Turnitin available. So every time the Turnitin report comes, we look at how much of it is taken from. Last week when I finished one round of reports, and I told the students that, hey, it shows 56% of your report is AI generated. And they were like, okay, ma'am, and they took it. So, so the problem is very different. So I have to find ways of, how do I detect which is AI generated? I have to find ways of making sure, they really understood, as we call it in education, they understood the material. So we'll call them for vivas. We will, give them interesting questions. We will try to engage them in projects. Not everything, by the way, can be done that way. Vivas and projects are fine for some things. For other things, you need some kind of written work. And then there is the other part of India, which is often forgotten. Because you and I are not part of it. We will perhaps never part of it. We will never perhaps be part of it. Our, people who we know are also not part of it. But that is the real challenge that we need to overcome. Because the duality that exists transcends everything, and digital cannot be left behind in this discussion. And we can talk about skilling. So look at the NEP, the National Education Policy. It talks about interesting things in terms of what we can do with digital literacy. But the gap that exists, there is no way to cover that gap. It doesn't mention, it talks about radio and television as, lowering this gap. Radio, television equal to digital, being able to lower. And I don't fault them because we really don't know. I think there needs to be an understanding of what we don't know and what is the space we are talking about. Before we start talking about what needs to be included, what needs to be part of the curriculum. If we are sitting in Delhi, the curriculum is very different. We can talk about teaching ICT, which my children study from grade 1. And, how do you stop them from using ChatGPT-4? And you also teach them, how you can use ChatGPT smartly. So like recently I learned that I can ask ChatGPT to check plagiarism. How smart. So there is that world. And there is this other world where your access to phone is monitored by the household members. There is that India that still uses those small Nokia phones. What about them? So I think we bring them into the conversation, and then that conversation becomes something that is really inclusive. And that's when we move towards the road to empowerment. Thanks.
Thank you, Vidisha. Next, we move on to Dr. Mansi Kenia. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you, PDAC. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation. And this is the conversation that we do every day at work. So I'm very happy to share some ideas. And what an, I think, excellent pitch, because in my opening thoughts were on the intersectionalities and the problems of intersectionalities when we are looking at the digital ecosystem, because very often, even when we are looking at women, and I've said this more than once, that, we tend to look at women even as a homogeneous block. But just as Vidisha said, the woman that is me is not the woman, in a slum in Delhi is not the woman who is in a village. And therefore, when we are looking at the problem of anything digital, it's not going to work if we look at it very through a singular lens or through a cookie cutter approach. It has to be very well designed, and therefore comes the roles of communities and working much more closely than thinking about it as a very high level policy and thinking about how the responses should come. But I'll come to that later. But just pointing to some of the statistics that we have, and that's the other thing, we don't have enough data. So, as researchers everywhere, I think we get stuck not knowing enough about where the problems are. But for whatever the private surveys are doing a great job, our national surveys still don't give us enough data to understand where are the challenges. We are very high level in terms of internet users. Who they are, what they do is very difficult to understand because of the sort of data that is available. But from the private surveys, we looked at, for instance, the IMRB survey that covers individuals' consumption or use of the internet. And in terms of the gaps, what we found that the rural-urban gaps were higher than actually the gender gaps, which to me, I was a bit surprised, actually. I was thinking no matter where you are in a village or in a city, the gender gaps are going to be stronger, but it didn't show up that way. Whatever the reason may be, there are gender gaps, and then there are regional gaps. And when you go to different levels of digital skills or different types of internet or digital related activities, then it is increasingly sad, the situation. And here I'm talking about in the advanced skills, what they had measured were things like connecting a device, sending an email with an attachment, downloading and installing a device. So things that would seem really obvious to people like us. And even for people who work in our offices, are advanced skills for the people that they had surveyed, and the results were really low, which also pointed us to one thing, that the steps of digital literacy are sort of non-linear, right? It is much easier to teach someone how to watch videos on YouTube or to send a message on WhatsApp. It's not so easy to jump from there to open a government website, fill in your details, make a payment or to shop on an e-commerce website and protect yourself from a UPI fraud. So those steps of learning are much more complicated, and it's assumed. So, and here I'm coming back to the earlier version of the PMG Disha, and when I looked at that program package, it was just, you know how to switch on a smartphone, you know how to access WhatsApp, Facebook, social media. Well, that's not a digital literacy program that's going to get us very far. It's a start. I'm not saying that it isn't, but it's going to be inadequate for the sort of digital India that we are thinking of in the future. So while on one hand we can make a start, but we cannot think that this will sort of help bridge gaps. And moreover, when we are moving from one step to another, there needs to be much more thought. And here we're just talking about individual use. We haven't gotten to the stage where we are thinking of digital industries, whether it is services or whether it is manufacturing, where the skilling or the education is a huge gap from once they really get to the job. So that's a separate sort of skilling literacy that we're talking about versus individuals who are trying to engage online for consuming content or buying, selling things, or fulfilling government services. I think because we're speaking of inclusive and inequality, we also spent some time looking overall at vulnerable groups, and this is not just women, but children. Vidisha spoke a lot about that, and many surveys have pointed to the learning gaps. I mean, it's not new, which were partly due to the affordability issue and lack of devices, but a lot of it was also their ability of the teachers to deliver this content online and for students to be able to absorb. I mean, wherever the problem lies, but it's not simplistic. These are all very complex and individual issues that require very thought through and very focused solutions. When you shift to women, there's a huge role that communities begin to play, especially if you're looking at middle-aged women or women, who are like the self-help group type of arrangements, where one woman tells the other woman, one woman has set an example, and they really work together. And that's where the learning happens faster, the adoption happens much faster. And no program, at least in my understanding, can compensate for the role of the communities in really enabling adoption. If you move to the disabled, the challenge is completely different. So I think the only point that I want to make, which I started off with, is to recognize that these are all very unique challenges. And as soon as we start to think about the literacy problem, we need to work more on the ground. We need to do more field work. And to Vidisha's point about the dualities, I think this is an intersectional issue where you're dealing with exactly the things she said. Your income levels, your education levels cast a huge amount of social institutional factors, which also influence how adoption can be enabled over and above the literacy issue. I think in terms of literacy, where it comes to how it translates into jobs and its role in industry and services, we've seen internship programs work really well. This is a bit off from the discussion that we're having on inclusive literacy and digital inclusion, but where we're looking at impacts on productivity and really people upskilling themselves to perform in the labor markets. Even with regard to AI, a lot of firms that we had spoken to in our research said there's a gap between the training in institutions and how we expect these laborers to perform. And a good bridge has been internships and apprenticeship programs. And maybe more of that needs to be encouraged, maybe through organized labor markets. We have digital versions of the labor chalks. Maybe, I don't know how we could do this, but the internship programs or the apprenticeship programs work really well. And because G20 is sort of the flavor of the season, I don't want to take away from the focus that the government has placed on skilling in the digital economy working group. And I think two really interesting things that they're trying to work on. One is the focus on children. I think it's very important that children learn the responsible use of the internet. There's a lot of debate these days on age gating, and very counterintuitive responses to the fact that, parents are going to the parental guidance more often than not. Children are telling us how to use the internet. I mean, for all middle-aged parents, I don't know how many of your parents have told you, don't you know how to change the Zoom settings? So I sometimes wonder whether how much parental guidance or parental control is really possible, unless like a hard stop that I just pull the plug on the laptop. There's no other way for an effective guidance. So there is a lot of things that we need to do with regard to children being on the internet and literacy associated with that. And the final thing that is looking at global markets for digital skilling, which is also something that is being debated on mutually recognized certifications to see if we can have a much more mobile ecosystem where movement of digitally skilled labor. I think that'll be good for India. We do have a lot of talent, especially, we're looking at some LinkedIn surveys for AI and other advanced emerging technologies. And India does have a huge pool of not only very smart men, but also very smart women. So this sort of a globally mobile market for digital workers is also something we should think of when we're thinking of digital skilling and literacy. So that's it.
Thank you, Mansi. Now I request Professor Vignesh Railavarasan to talk about particularly specialized in the governance sector, digital governance sector. Share your experience.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for sacrificing your nap post lunch and listening to us. I will focus more on digital literacy, especially related to the governance services, purely based on my own work and my reading of the literature. Common Service Center is one of the schemes done by the government. It's more of a telecenters. Their target is close to 60 million people should be given digital literacy program. All right. So you have 28 hours of a trainee program. People attended and they write an examination. If they clear their examination, they get a certificate. They make them eligible to become a data entry operators. So there is an incentive linked to attending this digital literacy program. This literacy program is being sponsored by the government. It is kind of solving affordability problem. People do not have money to attend the program if they're getting it for free. At the same time, the private companies are having this feasibility problem. The government is looking at Digital India. You need people to really utilize this. So you go to CSC, you get it done. Right. And since you are implementing this particular program, you pay a little bit of money to CSC and say that, why don't you catch out of people and provide them training? Right. This is happening nicely. We did an impact assessment study, spoke to maybe 50,000 people. And the study showed that the program is working well. When I say working well, close to 65% of people said that the program is good. I will recommend this to somebody else. Now, by then, when we start talking about whether a program is efficient or effective or not, that the level varies. Say, for example, if somebody is giving a talk and in a classroom of 50 people, how many people are really listening to it? Okay, if you say 10, whether you call that as an effective, or 49 people are listening to it, then they're calling it very nice. So we do not know what percentage makes it effective, but 65 to 75% seems to be pretty good. People are saying that they will be able to recommend this program to somebody else to attend. Okay. So if you look at this 28 hours of program, it is not about what is computer, what is mouse. It's more about, say, for example, how do you open a bank account? How do you do electronic transactions? How do you apply for a job online? Okay, how do you access electronic governance services and those kind of things? It's more practical oriented. It is also being offered in multiple languages. So given this, I would say that the government is going in the right direction. We may not be happy with the way it is getting implemented, but things are going perfectly all right. I would say they should continue doing it. But then theoretically, what is of interest to us is the role played by the intermediaries. So there is a program that is available and the government is supporting it, but there is an intermediary called CSC, Common Service Center. A middle person is handling this. So whether we like it or not, in this country, the middle persons have a very significant role to play in almost whatever we do in our lives. So given CSC is doing that for digital literacy program, and you kind of transpose this digital literacy into digital divide, we are talking about 3 different levels. We're talking about access. You're talking about how do you really use it. You're also talking about, say, for example, how do I use these digital technologies to do certain things, say mobility. So when you are talking about similar things for digital literacy, one is how do you use computers? How do you open my website? and send a job application. How do you write CV, those kind of things. Another one is we are talking about other things. Say, for example, I'm a small business person and I would like to use Facebook or Instagram. I do not, right? So there is a digital literacy is required. So there are gaps present in various levels related to digital literacy, and it is being filled by various players, the various actors in this ecosystem. So one is, if you look at most of the social media platforms, if you look at Facebook and Instagram or Google, they run large-scale training programs in tier 2 towns, right? You have a big hall, maybe 1,000 people are sitting, and these people end up explaining, say, how do you use Facebook for your business purposes? So there is a gap related to digital literacy. It is being done by intermediaries. In this case, it is private companies, larger private companies who are doing it. The earlier CSC is typically done by the government. Now we are talking about smaller, the larger private players. And we also have the private transnational capital backed startups filling this particular gap, right? I'm a taxi driver. I'm part of this particular Uber network. Whenever my money goes away, there are part of things goes as a tax, which I can claim back from the government. A lot of these taxi drivers do not know about this. There is a company called Cab Dost will work with Uber drivers saying that, see, you are eligible for this particular tax. So you apply for this, so they help them in getting this money back. So we are also talking about smaller startups, identifying that there is a gap related to digital literacy, but in different levels, and they're filling it up for a small fee. We are talking about for-profit driven activities, but at the same time, they are also able to meet the developmental outcomes. Right. If you're talking about a different level, my earlier work on Indian IT industry showed that you need to be a particular gender, particular socioeconomic category to become a programmer in Indian IT industry. All right. So, say, for example, if you're a woman, you come from a lower socioeconomic background, you'll never become a programmer in this country. It's going to be very hard. This is what the earlier research is out. Now, if you look at companies like HCL and Wipro, they're able to sort this out using a different schemes. So what do? You finish your standard 12, you are able to have this little mathematical background, you write an entrance examination. So the HCL takes care of you, saying that come and work with me for 4 years, and Saturday, Sunday, you go and work go and join an engineering college. 4 years, you become an engineer, and you also put in 4 years of work experience with me. Of course, with a lesser pay, there's a profit-driven initiative. Everything is fine, but is able to solve a particular problem. Okay. So when you talk about digital literacy, we start at the very basic level, looking at accessing computers, how do you access portals, and you're talking about becoming a programmer. There are efforts being made in different levels, but then given the supply and demand situation is slightly different in this country, even despite so much of efforts, still the gaps. With this, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Next, we move on to Sharon, please.
Great, thank you. I hope you can hear me from Chennai. Yeah, so I think going last has this negative but is positive. It might be easier because I can fit in some of the gap. I think a lot of very interesting insights have been shared. What I'll do is I think I'll position my discussion more in terms of people who actually have digital. So I think digital equality is a huge problem to be addressed, and the other panelists have articulated really well. We have done a bit of work in the space of, okay, once you're able to access, and women who have these smartphones, etc., sort of the cream of the crop, you know, how do we think that that helps them? And I think a lot of our world is not adjusted to digital. And I think some of the cracks in once people are trained or how we train them, sort of like showcase once you have all the box that are ticks, the women who have a smartphone, access to internet, access to, you know, potential opportunity. And I think sometimes we forget some of our core things. I think one of the panelists brought intersectionality as well. And just the mere fact that how we function as a community, especially in the rural areas. One of the aspects that first thing that we notice in some of the work in the field is you simply cannot translate your reality, non-digital world into the digital world. I think there needs to be a level of adaptation, how you relate to people digitally, vis-a-vis how you relate them in a classroom. And I think one of the panelists is an educator, so probably by the time you figure it out, like you can't just do a classroom as you do online, as you do in person. I think some of the things that what I've noticed that people just do translate, and that also translates some of the negative aspects and some of the gender bias as well that go on to digital. So one of the things that I would mention is as we do these programs on digital literacy, is just to make sure of the repercussions. How do we fit this in? How do we make sure that we have the outcome desired? How do we make sure that we just don't replicate biases that are in person, physical, into the digital world that could even be worse and have wider repercussions? Because digital, one of the key things, it spread quickly, positive and negatively. One of the aspects as well is that we've noticed in a few studies is because of this polarity of some people have checked all the boxes and very few women, it also need to make sure that these women are not put at disadvantage because we're trying to solve the problem, integrate them. So, for example, I've seen a few studies within our network where ASHA workers were able to access a smartphone and able to actually functionally utilize and optimally utilize, they're asked to do extra work at no cost. So some of the burden of these young workers as well, it could be an intermediary to say, okay, maybe the older ones cannot access digital because, I think one panelist mentioned it's not digital. We have to, I think, accept that there are several worlds in parallel that are functioning here. So as you try to train the older people integrating digital work, I think we also need to make sure that there's an equal distribution or recognition of work among those who are skilled digitally. So you've seen an ASHA worker who's already busy is asked to stay a few hours more to put everything online because she has a smartphone and she knows how to do it and she has access. I think that also, I think the terms of engagement of digital also needs to be more specified and equal. The other aspects relates to the last panelist as well, that we've actually I don't know if everyone's aware of this Hadashak model that looks at last mile deliveries in rural areas. And the idea is that actually the idea is interesting in the sense that it's banning the middleman in a sense, it's acknowledging two problems. How do we empower women who are able to access digital? How do we make sure that people who actually need government service has the information required? And how to optimize this community dynamic. So the idea is that a selected women selected who had smartphone and a particular level of leadership were given some training. So there's already selection criteria there. And then after that, they were sort of like selected from that. So those didn't pass the training despite having everything required for the eligibility criteria, like a smartphone, able to use it, etc., and access it. Even that, we found that, this is ideal of transferring digital worlds into physical ones is not always the case. So these women were sort of like this intermediary with the CSC. So they were asked to, for a fee, they would go to people in their community and mention, well, for 40 rupees, I will tell you what are the top 10 schemes you're eligible for, and I will help you get them. So in principle, this is a very nice idea on paper, but when we look in practice, it had several problems. For the women themselves, there was a lack of understanding is how much time do women have to do this exercise? Because women are already burdened with so many things, household, etc. This required, mobility, going outside, paying for transport, etc. So some of the things were not well thought out when we put on the ground. Second, as well, I think leveraging the fact that women are part of a community is one of the key things. But most of the training was done digitally to be able to this app. We had a small group, maybe 20% in person and 20%, the 80% digitally were trained to use the application. And there's a lot of peer learning effects that are the strength of the community that were not translated when you did the digital training online. So probably these hybrid models where, women first, they get to know each other. So it would have been ideal if there was a group of women trained together, maybe even initial 1 or 2 hours to get to know each other in person. And then that relationship can be better established online and people can interact more easily. So it was that link of that social connection that are very prominent in rural areas that was missing. We feel for people to reach out more easily. The second aspect I feel is that if you're going to use these digital systems for empowering women giving work, you have to make sure, that they actually have enough opportunity to get funding. The amount they got from this work was very minimal and very sort of like non-predictable in a sense. So volatile income is never good, even if it's meant to say, okay, let's empower women. Second, I feel that while the program was great, because the idea is that a lot of these women join this program to get extra revenue, but as well help the community. So that ideal of care of women is still there. So when women had to go to households that were very poor and mention, I will help you get access to the schemes, a lot of women were very hesitant of even charging a fee because it's just based on negotiation with the woman who has the Hadashika application and the household. So some of the feedback we got were women were saying, well, this household is so poor, I don't want to charge them even 1 rupee to help them access the schemes. The third problem I feel was that this whole system was interesting, and the women were charging a fee among those who were paying to access government schemes, but they were only involved in helping in the application where they were told, okay, you're eligible for these schemes. I can help you gather the documents and I will bring them to the CSC for you. But they had no agency whether it was accepted or not. So again, when you think about the problem, you still put women in a vulnerable position for themselves and their community. That even if you say, you know, I'm going to get 40 rupees and I have no guarantee you're going to get that scheme, I feel that is not, I think that could be more thought out through and not put women in a position of vulnerability to extend a social network and do work which she might not have full agency over. So I think I think there's a lot of discussion. So those are the key points that sort of like I would mention based on experience from the work we've done in the field.
Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, the digital empowerment, the definition clearly indicates that an individual takes control over the situation and takes the informed decision about the need for his personal or professional life. So that's what the empowerment definition says. Four of you have highlighted the different sections and the gap you have identified. We would like to know about certain specific inputs from you. Particularly, can you please identify the challenges of individuals or groups or communities, marginalized, disadvantaged, or vulnerable groups, the challenges they are facing while accessing digital services? And if these challenges, how those challenges can be addressed through digital literacy training? Can you address these two concerns from individual point of your experience and point of view, please? Vidisha.
So thank you, panelists. To answer your question, sir, I would actually take some of what points that Mansi and Sharon have raised, and as well as you. So, you know, we have talked about intermediaries who are helping women access facilities, schemes that the government has provided. Who are these intermediaries become very important, and I tell you why. For this, forum, I got a group of my students who are not from the urban areas, and I asked them that have you seen problems associated with accessing, the digital space in your villages or semi-rural areas? They said, ma'am, there are a lot of frauds that go on. These women, someone asks for their PIN and they put in the PIN and they're able to take out all the money they want from the from the transactions because it's a Paytm account. And this is quite common. So there is a lot of hesitancy in the remote areas, in the rural areas, in using the UPI payments. Now, digital payments during the lockdown is the thing that we got as part of this whole, upgrading ourselves digitally. And it is, India's UPI system is world class. There is no doubt about it. No country has been able to crack it the way India has. It doesn't mean, again, that India is the whole of the country. There are parts that are excluded. So that marginalization is there. So here the role of intermediaries become very important. are the intermediaries enabled? And as Sharon just mentioned, is it just about filing the application? What about making sure, you get the funds, and do the funds reach you? Or do the funds reach the intermediaries? Are you able to take out the funds and use it for your benefits? There's a study which is ongoing where we have looked at frugal innovations and how women are able to access those innovations at the grassroots level in South India. And we find the biggest empowerment comes through the use of digital space. So if the women are able to access these products, are able to access their accounts through using a smartphone, through on all the metrics, we consider them as being empowered, and they do spectacularly well on the well-being indicators. So there is an association, but for us to reach there, we need to have probably that connecting link that transcends, the lack of digital literacy that exists. So whether intermediaries are the solution, I don't know. It's like putting another person between the scheme and the beneficiary. It can work for some time if the intermediary is enabling the beneficiary. Otherwise, where is the learning? Another thing I want to point out here is that when we talk about the digital space in the urban areas, and especially in the education sector, we're talking about skilling here, we are often bogged down by the lockdown period. So a lot of things that we're talking about is in what happened during the lockdown, where, I was in a room and my kids were in a room, I was teaching, my kids were learning from their teachers. So that is not the real way the digital space manifests itself in the urban areas usually. I mean, the lockdown was, one of a kind event, hopefully, and to use that as the only way we will, view the digital space and how the digital skilling should happen may not be the correct way to go about it. But also we need to educate the educators. Now, train the trainers is a very fancy term in the corporate sector, but really, how do you educate the educators in the digital space? What can happen that the educator becomes a better educator when it comes to online teaching? Is there someone who has cracked the code? And are we learning from there? I think these are open-ended questions. I don't have a solution. I would love to know the solution to these challenges, being an educator myself. But I do feel that digital literacy is a definite way to the road to empowerment. There is no doubt about it. It's a sad state that there is a duality. And we need to find ways to bridge the duality. In the urban areas, in the peri-urban areas, we're talking about a different set of problems related to regulation and online teaching and online classes. And what should we include in the curriculum, what we shouldn't, what do we do with AI? So these are different areas that we need to think much more closely, but all linked to inclusion and empowerment.
So I was thinking while everyone was talking, and I feel like digital literacy is not so much about understanding technology as much as it's about how humans are interacting with that technology. So there's a difference there. It's not, I think the real challenge arises not in terms of me knowing how to open a website and fill in my details, but recognizing what I can do with it and what it will do to me. So as long as a literacy program is able to teach every individual, and when we were talking about UPI frauds or any sort of cybersecurity crimes, the weakest link is the human. It's not as if there is a problem with the technology design. There is a two-factor authentication, there are OTPs. So if you ask a technologist, with their encryptions and everything, they've probably designed the best system that they can. Of course, there can be some loopholes here and there, but by and large, the humans become the weak link. So thinking about literacy programs and empowerment has to come with an understanding of how humans are engaging with that technology and not technology by itself. So I think, and that's where we lead into questions of misinformation, fact checking. Who are you sharing your information with? Is this a trusted source? All of those things are actually where the problem arises. Similar to some work that others had done, we did a field visit in Rajasthan trying to understand if technology had really helped disintermediate, and was there still corruption on the ground. Incidentally, corruption just still exists. The nature of corruption has changed. Where people are making money and the channels through which it is happening has changed. There are more efficiencies, but it still exists. So as soon as we start thinking of, oh, we've introduced technology, this is going to become more efficient, this is disintermediated, we are going to have a fair share and fair access, I don't think it's working out that way. And that's largely because of how we as humans are engaging with that technology. And therefore, literacy programs need to look at it from that lens, much more about awareness, cybersecurity, what is there to gain, what is there to lose. I think those aspects really need to be built into a literacy program. And I think also looking at digital literacy alone may not be the right way forward for inclusion and empowerment, because there are other challenges. There is a huge affordability challenge. I'm not talking about the access challenges here where the networks don't reach. According to the ITU, I think we are at 95% coverage, but we are at about 65 or 60% usage gap, which means that even when networks are available, people are not using the internet. And the reasons for this are digital literacy, but also affordability. So while solutions are being designed to deal with poor quality network, and even to deal with, creating more intuitive user interfaces where you have minimal text input or creating content in multiple languages, all of these things need to be dealt together if we are really looking at the empowerment question. I think looking at literacy, then looking at affordability, I don't think that will help. It has to be a composite package, policy package that we need to work with when we are trying to answer the empowerment question.
Thank you. Professor Vignesh.
Okay. So we are looking at what are the challenges in reaching this digital literacy. I would say two things. Okay, one is absorptive capacity. This is from the perspective of end user or end beneficiary. I'm an end user. I do not know how to access computer or how to use Instagram for my business. I should have the capacity to understand these digital technologies can be used for ABC. Okay, if I do not have this particular capacity, how much ever access you provide is not going to get translated. We did research related to BharatNet. Indian government is spending around $19 billion in laying optical fiber to gram panchayats. The optical fiber is lying in all the gram panchayats, but the local users do not know what these wires are. All right. The local entrepreneurs who are having money, who can get into reselling of internet business, do not know what this particular optical fiber are. How do I really access it? So when we tell them that, say, these are possible things you can do with this optical fiber, everybody is willing to invest, but things are not happening. So I'm talking about absorptive capacity. The second one is, I do not know what is the technical term used, performance expectancy, or understanding what is the incentive I'm going to get if I'm going to learn this. If that incentives are not very clear, okay, whatever you do, this is not going to work out, right? Google came up with this entire idea of Google stations. Okay, you have free Wi-Fi in most of the railway stations. Okay, in Bihar on experimental basis, they ran it. You know what happened when they gave free Wi-Fi in Patna in Bihar stations? Most of us ended up using for pornography. Okay, it is. Okay, there are stories by which people used Wi-Fi and able to clear certain examinations, become a government servant. But the majority of the story is about using pornographic material. In the sense, I do not know what is the incentive for me to use this particular internet. One is pornography, another one is preparing for competitive exams. That's a choice we make. If that incentive is not very clear, digital literacy is not. Thank you.
Sharon, please.
Yeah, great. I'll take on, there's two things. So I'll take on a little bit what people had mentioned. I had worked extensively a long time back on trying to digitize micro merchants and whatever incentive and things we used to do did not work as well as when UPI came. So the single thing that helped digital is to removing the cost, the barriers to usage of digital. Despite any literacy we gave to people, that was sort of like the single most beneficial thing one can do. So, and the other example I would say is that often I think people need to have a huge need to go to digital. And I think you can't blame people if you give access to internet and a phone and things like that. They will go to entertainment, they will do many things. But I think if you give them many use cases at once, they themselves often try to understand how to optimize this. So I would say, for example, if you're in a village, how many things do you have to do digitally? Maybe not too many. So maybe if you have to do one thing digital a month, you won't remember it, as if you have many cases to do, so I think it has to be a whole system together that are connected. There's a lot of work, for example, that are trying to integrate women digital bank accounts or digital savings, etc. But the problem for that is that often the women don't have proper jobs. So the labor force participation is very low. So unless they have a salary, they will not utilize their bank account appropriately. They not utilize their bank account appropriately, they will not get into any digital system that tries to encourage savings or loans or other types of things. So I think we need to figure out what is the biggest pain point to be addressed that would actually enhance and optimize the digital layering, like one of the panelists were mentioning. What is the human factor, or what is the push and pull where one can intervene? So I think along with digital literacy, this has to be well thought through if you want to have much more buy-in. And in particular for marginalized population to understand, it almost has to be a segmented approach to see, okay, why would these people need digital? What are their biggest pain points? How can digital resolve it? What are the negative aspects, and how to intimidate that as well? So given I actually have to be another call at 3 o'clock, so I hope this answer is sufficient. I'll have to drop off maybe in a few minutes as well, sincere apologies. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we'll open it to the question and answer session. Another 5-10 minutes. Okay.
You can use that. UPI is being touted as the next big global thing, especially from the global south in India. How do we see, this entire transformation in terms of those who might not have been digitally literate to, say, the kirana shop owner, the sabji bechne wale, or even in remote tribal hamlets, because of the work that we have gone, we have seen even on the tribal huts, on weekdays that happen, if not everyone, a few also keep that PTM, the scanner code. And so in some point, I think what I have felt, it's not like it's not an evidence, but I felt is that there's very strong sense of, connect, because PTM pe aapko 100 rupiya prapt hua. So you are being told that no one is duping you, and you can see that instantly. So how do you see, it would be great to hear from some of you, that how do you see this probably as an example of, kind of ushering in a much more inclusive approach, considering obviously all the other potential, trade-offs that might have happened?
I think it's a great question, and UPI being the flagship of what the term digital now stands for India. So at the heart, any kind of digital literacy reduces transaction costs. So if you were to look at it from an economist point of view, what digital does is that you don't need to be physically present. The transaction doesn't need to happen physically. And in the digital space, it happens somewhat seamlessly. And there is no doubt that this UPI wonder is a wonder in India. It has touched corners which hitherto was untouched. It has touched people who were not able to access otherwise many of the digital services. But we need to take what we observe, what we are being told, with a pinch of salt. So when there is a Paytm scanner, is it a Paytm scanner that is functional? So we know 100 rupees prapt hua, we got 100 rupees. But how many times are you hearing it? Are you engaging in that transaction? I think that is the disconnect that we need to understand. But if we are able to connect, we not only reduce the transaction costs, but we are able to bring in the kind of inclusivity that India severely lacks, and this becomes a medium to actually transcend all the barriers that we have for the last 70 years been talking about. So it's a wonderful way to bridge it, but is it true that it is touching every corner? Not really. In your own households, if you think about your family members, who are the ones who are using the digital payment systems? Who are the ones who are not? You will immediately get to know the divide. The senior citizens versus the younger people, those who are coming from rural areas versus, the urban people that we are. Even during the lockdown, there were lots of shops in South Delhi where I stay who did not have, this scanner cards. And then over time, all of us customers kept on telling them, please, bhaiya rakh lo, bahut mushkil. Eventually, we now talk about the vendors, the street guys, all of them have it. But, we still talk about urban India. We're talking about Delhi. So I think we need to, think about what's happening there. And just because you see something, you see on the wall a stamp of a Paytm scanner, is that really, that's it? Do we put a checkbox in our questionnaire? Or do we actually do a transaction? I think when that is a checkbox, we put a tick, I think that's when we really will get inclusivity and empowerment.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay, in certain amount of exclusion always happens. Okay, if I go to bring in my computer science faculty colleagues to this room, you will prove that half of the people sitting here are illiterates. Okay, you have enabled your mobile phone to access your location services maybe to 15 different applications. You do not even know. It's a scale by which we measure who is literate, illiterate. So exclusion is going to always happen. Okay, given this. Right, when mobile phones were introduced, not everybody had. So in African markets, there is the guy who hangs around with the mobile phone. You pay them money, you use that as a PC. Okay, you had a mobile phone, but you do not have electricity. There is a person who runs a charging station. So those who are excluded are able to access the services, okay, using certain intermediary, different kinds of people. That will eventually happen. But then whether it is going to happen immediately, when it is likely to happen, we do not have any answers for it. So in terms of, say, for example, whether UPI has reached a lot more people, everyone or not, no, it has not definitely reached. But there are alternative mechanisms by which they're able to do these electronic transactions. That will eventually happen. When you talk about any technology diffusion model, okay, one is innovators, anything new comes in the market, they will go and pick it up, experiment with this. There is larger amount of people, we call them as laggards. Laggards are always there, irrespective of the technology we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all these fascinating insights and presentations. It's been a joy listening to. I wanted to come back on one of the things I think that has come back with in almost all of the short discussions, which is this idea of informal learning, or the importance of the kind of, we call it in our kind of thinking, the social digital ecologies in which people live, and how so much of acceptance, but also of technology itself, but also in terms of who should be doing what and who should be learning what, is so determined by what we see in our everyday lives. And the risks of us living in these segregated places often can also risk, in terms of what we just talked about, the relativity of what is needed to survive in the community in which you live. And then we can say, like, well, somebody could be perfectly happy and perfectly satisfied because where they live, that is okay to live an okay life. But on the other hand, if you look at the outcomes of that, it does mean that certain people, because it's not just any individual who's going to be the laggard, right? There's certain types of people who are much more likely to be those laggards, and they will be laggards at that moment for that technology. But then a new technology comes on top of that, and they will be, again, excluded from that. So I think a little bit going back to the presentation, we say, like, Delhi is very different and the skills you need in Delhi are very different. So we need to have different discussions, but that, and the same is when we talk about personalized learning, which is a very big thing in the digital space, where we say, like, oh, the great thing about the digital is you can see where are you at, what are you lacking, what can you learn. That kind of personalizes or contextualizes the kind of skills that we need, that we lack in the environments in which we live, which has a real risk of increasing that kind of gap, because we live in segregated spaces, physical segregated spaces, which are then replicated online. And so that links to my actual question in terms of how has this appeared in your work or your thinking, because we kind of started using this model of Kasaka for Bo is like a stupid acronym that we came up with, but first it's knowledge, understanding that, you know, the incentives of using technology, what does the technology do, what can it do for me? Awareness of the potential impacts and benefits comes with that. But then also the skills to be able to use that technology to achieve those things that might be possible. But very importantly, and that's what the kind of CA is collective action or collective learning, because we always talk about digital skills and literacy as if it's something that's to do with the individual. And an individual needs to go through training, and an individual needs to be able to do something. But if we want to change these inequalities, there needs to be a collective awareness and a collective action to kind of uplift the community. Because if there is within a particular community a certain deficit, systematic inequality, then it's not going to be one individual in that community that's going to change that situation for future generations, for other people within their community, but it's the kind of collective part of it. So I was just wondering, in terms of, you know, it's been mentioned, but in terms of like that kind of collective awareness, collective training, also about the disadvantages vis-a-vis other groups and what that means in terms of the outcomes in our lives, how that plays a role in your thinking or in the works and the projects that you're doing.
Okay, I work in a business school. So unfortunately, we don't think in these lines. This is more look, as long as you are ethical and you are doing business, you are making money, benefiting someone is well and good. Okay, the role played by the community, making it more inclusive, everything is not the priority of the business. I would say it's a weakness, and I stand by it. Thank you.
I think your question sort of makes me think that this entire digital conversation is more sociological than technological, where, you know, we are beginning to think more about societies and their adoption of technologies versus, and I completely agree. In fact, I said that in one of my remarks that it's very difficult. And I think Sharon also at some point did say that the network effects of learning and adoption through a community cannot be replaced when you're looking at it very individualistically, because at the end of the day, we are living within social systems. So just as there are network effects which drive people to, for instance, adopt UPI, one vendor uses UPI, the second and the third, and then the first one says, oh no, you know, the money didn't come and there's a huge UPI fraud. I read about it from somewhere else. Everyone over there will stop using it. So just as, you know, the use starts, they will also stop using. So it works both ways. So I feel I'm a strong believer of the role of community. And and yes, I think it's worth experimenting, especially in rural areas. And when you're looking at adults, I think it's a great way to think about community versus individual. I mean, not necessarily when you're looking at children or the K-12 programs, because that's also important in some sense, because you're creating a generation of digital natives. But when you're looking at the adults, in some sense, I think it's a great model.
You know, why would you be on Instagram if you don't have your friends liking your posts? I mean, you need the collective. And if there is collective, you make the space for collective action. But, here I'll talk about something different. We are forgetting another discussion here, which is about digital commons. Especially as an academic, the research that is being done in every part of the globe, how do you make it accessible to Indians who may not be in the best educational institutions? How do we transcend these barriers? Now, there is every reason that why there should be a payment for the research someone has done. They have invested so much, the publishing houses spent money. But at the end of the day, isn't research something common that we all want to share? I mean, that's the whole idea of digital commons that Charlotte Hess from Indiana University, Bloomington, they have done a lot of work where all the work they've done on commons is out there. So, collective action is an inclusion and empowerment is not just in the rural areas and the marginalized the way we define. I mean, if we do not have access to world-class research, we are also marginalized. So there are ways to look at what is marginalized and how do we get this inclusion all through. And digital is a great way to do it, because you are really transcending the physical space. And so we need to think of it in a broader sense. And the big thing about the digital spaces, because everyone can look at what you are looking at. So your view counts, but so does the other person. We should harness this. This is a great asset that no other space provides. Remember the days when people would send requests on radio, television. I mean, this is seamless in the digital space. Why don't we use it to break the barrier? And that is what collective action can be all about.
The panchayat I was working in, it was situated on the highway in the Madhya Pradesh, and also it was a tourist place called near the Pench National Park. So, but in that panchayat, no one wanted to use the UPIs or anything. And those who are using, when I asked them, they said it's a forced choice to them. So, will it be in terms of other policies or UPI also, mostly in the rural India, on the name of inclusivity, are we gonna be making them a forced choices also? Forced choices. This is my first question. And another is in terms of the schemes, like I think the most important person in the panchayat is the data entry officer, because he deals with all the technology, and as ma'am said, the nature of corruption is also changing due to all that thing. So, but I'm still confused here because we are using the four terminologies here, which are digital scale, digital literacy, digital inclusion, and digital empowerment. Because like the kids the 20-year kids who are there in panchayats, they know more about that mobile technology than me. But when it still comes to recharge and all and dealing with online payments, they used to depend on me, and still they will call me. So, and like again, that discussion can come turn into the sociological when we talk about the digital inclusion. Because even in the spaces in the urban women also, even if they have digital literacy, digital skill, but when they are still facing that online abuse or even the marginalized communities getting trolled, so will we still call it a digital inclusive despite having the access to digital skills and literacies?
Okay, take a go. So yeah, if I understood your question, you're saying that they know how to use it, but they choose not to use it, right? That's the question. Yeah. So it's a question of trust. And that's when I was saying that, literacy cannot be thought of as like, if you've solved the literacy challenge, you've solved the adoption challenge, because it's a mix of many other challenges, of which sits in the center, which is trust. So the reason they were probably reaching out to you is because they thought they'll have a foolproof transaction, not losing their money and have their phones recharged properly, which for whatever reason they didn't trust themselves to do, even if they understood the technology better. Whether or not we should be forcing people to do this is a very difficult question. It gets into lots of psychological aspects of policy making, which, I mean, I'm not the best person to respond to this, but all I would say is that there should always be an alternate, that, that policy should avoid a digital only. A choice will be available. If I were the policymaker, I'm glad I'm not, but if I were, then I would nudge people towards digital, but I would not force them towards digital, because digital is efficiency enhancing. I collect more data. I can do better governance. All of those things can happen. But at the same time, it cannot be the only option that is available. So for Swachh Bharat is it's actually, a noble thing, telling people to clean their houses and to clean their environment, right? I mean, you need a policy for that is sad, but we have a policy for that. There's nothing wrong with it. To say, should we force people to follow that policy? Should we force people to pay taxes in a government? I mean, there's too many layers to those questions. But yes, if it overall seems to be better, we should nudge people towards it. In the case of digital, in any case, when we don't have our basic foundations of literacy or networks and all of those things, when your systems are not foolproof, then a choice helps. To have a offline option helps. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure. I'm not looking convinced.
Okay, with that, which shall we conclude?
I'm glad you said I'm in a business school, and so we don't think about this, because the most important collectives in our society are actually businesses. They are the ones who have employers, they have managers, they have clients, they have people they reach out on. So the kinds of initiatives that we've seen being the most effective are actually the ones that involve businesses, who are often at the heart of the communities. They are also the sites at which most people learn about technologies, where they actually in some ways are forced, because otherwise they can't do their jobs, or they see their colleagues do something which has implications for outside of their workspaces. So I think some of this language, and we're talking about an interdisciplinary panel here, it is very important, because the lessons that are learned from how people can do efficient businesses make people feel, like kind of retain people in a company, that help the company not just produce products and do good business, but also to be something that, is sustainable over time, where people will come and work because it's a good environment to work in. I think it's very important. So when we talk about collectives here and literacy, I think there's a little bit of a risk also in separating skills that are for productivity and for the economy from skills that are for our everyday lives and participation. Because actually, one of the things that we've seen is that these have very important collateral benefits, and that the things that we learn in a certain space that make us feel comfortable and belong in a certain space have spillover effects in other spaces. And it works both ways around, right? People who have an important function and are empowered within their community often then feel that they can take that into a workspace or the economy. So I think, like, in that sense,
I really hope that the discussions we're having today actually around literacy show that, this kind of the separation between the digital and the offline, but also between different offline spaces is very important to overcome those to really also include or create that more inclusive space, whether it's digital or offline.
Okay, with that, it conclude with a note saying that the media and the information literacy, which I work continuously in that, there's a concept in the media information literacy saying that the ultimate goal of media literate leads to a better democracy. Better democracy means it improves the many standards. But that's a tool. That's a tool. Media information literacy is a tool, or digital literacy, and that leads to the empowerment. Empowerment leads to participation. Participation leads to the better governance and better democracy. That's ultimate goal. Always put it in the framework of media information literacy. With that understanding, a lot of ideas being generated with the help of panelists. I thank all the panelists for the wonderful ideas, and thanks to all the participants. Thank you.
With the end of this panel discussion, we break for tea. We get back at 3:45. The theme for the third and final panel discussion for the day is digital inclusion strategies for marginalized communities. This theme delves into innovative approaches and policies designed to bridge the digital divide and ensure equitable access to digital technologies and digital literacy programs for marginalized communities. By exploring the challenges faced by these underserved groups and identifying effective solutions, the panel would delve upon the need for creating a more inclusive digital landscape that leaves no one behind. With a strong alignment to the SDG 10, reduced inequalities, the theme focuses on empowering marginalized populations with digital skills and resources, aiming to foster greater social and economic equity. Furthermore, the discussion will incorporate SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, by investigating how innovative technologies and infrastructural developments can be leveraged to promote digital inclusion for marginalized communities. The theme will also attempt to unpack how India's huge labor force, especially migrant workers, building and other construction workers, gig platform workers, and home care workers can reap the true benefits of digital inclusion for better economic and social welfare outcomes. Additionally, this theme directly supports SDG 1, no poverty, by exploring ways to harness the power of digital inclusion to uplift vulnerable groups, offering pathways to economic empowerment and socioeconomic growth. Overall, this discussion will try to uncover impactful strategies that foster digital inclusion and promote a more okay. Extremely sorry for the confusion. So yeah, the topic for this panel discussion is impact of the digital on everyday lives. So in an increasingly interconnected world, the pervasive presence of digital technologies raised important questions about their impact on health and overall well-being. This theme will explore strategies to promote positive online experiences, digital resilience, and health support, especially in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era of online work and education, affecting learning and mental health, especially for girls and women. By shedding light on the potential risks and benefits of technology, the exploration aims to foster a deeper understanding of the complexities involved and to address the unique challenges faced by vulnerable populations. Beyond understanding the impact, this theme focuses on the formulation of proactive strategies to promote positive online experiences and digital resilience. By exploring the ways in which digital platforms can be leveraged to enhance mental health support, researchers and policymakers can work towards building a safer and more inclusive digital space. By aligning with SDG 3, good health and well-being, this exploration seeks to contribute to the broader global effort in prioritizing mental health and creating a digital landscape that nurtures the overall well-being of individuals and communities alike. I would now like to call upon stage the panelists for this discussion. The first panelist for this discussion is Dr. Damanjeet Sandhu, Professor, Department of Psychology, Punjabi University, Patiala. Her areas of interest include child and adolescent development, mental health, and cyber psychology. She has previously been the principal investigator of Indian European Research Networking Program and is currently heading a special research group named Australia-India Wellbeing Studies at Flinders University, Adelaide. Welcome, Dr. Sandhu. Our second panelist for this theme is Dr. Gauri Chakraborty, Professor, Times School of Media and Chairperson, Women Development Cell, Bennett University. She has been a media educator for the last 18 years, including spearheading a media department and a university community radio station. She has been a resource person for UGC refresher programs on gender and a member of IAMCR and IAWRT. Her research interests are gender, archiving, film studies, and curatorial practices for film festivals. Welcome, Dr. Chakraborty. Our third panelist for the day is Dr. Rachna Sharma, Associate Professor, Digital Media, Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Currently, she's on a scholarship of the summer 2023 SUSI on Journalism, Technology, and Democracy at Arizona State University, USA. She has been an assistant professor at Lady Shri Ram College for Women, Kalindi College, and Vivekanand Institute of Professional Studies. Welcome, Dr. Sharma. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Tarushika Sarvesh, Assistant Professor of Sociology at the Advanced Center for Women's Studies, Aligarh Muslim University. She is a member of the Development Studies Association and has published in various national and international research journals like Social Chain, Journal of International Women's Studies, Politics, Groups, and Identities, and more. She also does translation work for Pari, a digital archiving platform. Dr. Sarvesh will be joining us virtually for this session. Welcome, Dr. Sarvesh. The moderator for the session will be Professor Ellen Helsper, Professor of Digital Inequalities, Department of Media and Communications, London School of Economics and Political Science. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I realized that might be important in this context, but I'm also the director of our PhD program. So just in case you have any also related research and PhD projects, do feel also free to tell your students. I realized this morning, I don't know if I can get that on the screen, maybe not, but that I also had a slide that I didn't present this morning, but that is relevant for this panel. I don't know if we can get that because we have the other ones. But this was really kind of linking the previous panel to this panel, which I'm really looking forward to this presentation on whether higher literacy and engagement with technologies actually leads to greater well-being. And then well-being in a broad sense, we can talk about economic well-being, participation in society, but also in terms of the kind of personal health, physical and mental health outcomes. So I'm just going to show you a graph that kind of shows some of the one of the outcomes of the results that we're doing. And we talk about positive outcomes and opportunities, but we also need to be aware that there's some negative effects that the technology might have. So as an introduction to this panel and maybe food for thought, I'd like to show you one of these things that comes from our research with young people, where we actually show that the higher this technical skills levels, so the higher the ability to operate technologies, the greater the risk for young people with high levels of emotional problems, that they will have negative outcomes of internet use, while having higher levels of these skills for young people who don't have emotional problems, who come from stable homes with lots of support, who have peer networks, all these social support and ecology networks that we talked about, actually has a kind of a positive effect in the sense that it actually diminishes the risk that they have of negative outcomes in terms of their everyday well-being. And I think this is really important to keep in mind also in this discussion, where we have a series of fascinating panelists who are going to talk about this aspect of our engagement, that there are also inequalities in this sense, and that some people are much more vulnerable when they are online, especially if they don't have that that space to support them in the use of technology. But this panel is not about me. So I'm going to hand over to the presenters, and you can get our remote speaker on as well. Yeah. Okay. I think Professor Shandu, shall we start with you since you're the first one? Shandu, yeah, since you're the first here.
The young people and its repercussions on their well-being, their mental health. So through my empirical researches, we have been establishing what works is the Goldilocks hypothesis, that medium, the moderate amount, everything, if it's in the medium amount, is good. If children are over-relying, using technology, there's an excess of technology in their lives, definitely it's going to affect them mentally. They're being subjected to cyberbullying, being subjected to social comparisons, lower self-esteem, depression, losing out on their physical health. They are not participating in the physical activities that promote their physical, the minimum standards of physical activity which children need to participate in for their physical health. So that is declining. The academic performance is declining. And then we have observed that if they have used it to a kind of a moderate level, that actually promotes their well-being. That leads to a lot of connections, because they are trying to establish connections, and children are not just using technology for the purpose of entertainment, for the purpose of playing games or just connecting with people on social media platforms. They're also engaging in the use of technology for academic purposes. So when we talk about the screen time, so what we are trying to now say is that it's not just the screen time. We need to reevaluate the concept of screen time. It's not just the screen time. It's about the content and what actually the children are doing on the screen. So that is the most important thing which we really need to revisit. Then the second thing is how these digital technologies, they are important in the realm of mental health and well-being, especially in the Indian context. Within the Indian context, we see a lot of treatment gap when it comes to mental health issues. There are people ranging from 83% even to 99% who don't have access to mental health help, mental health care. We have a limited number of psychiatrists, limited number of clinical psychologists, social workers. In total, I think it will be just 60,000 to 70,000 people total in the whole domain, even if we count the psychiatric social workers and all. So a lot of people, they are left without any help. And sometimes the nature of problems is such. And we are dealing with a diverse Indian population. The demographics of India are so diverse. Women living in rural areas, where even if they have to go to a doctor for a physical health complaint, they are accompanied by a male partner, a male member from the family. So going and visiting a psychologist, a therapist on a regular basis, traveling to maybe an urban, because most of the psychiatrists and the clinical psychologists, the counselors, they are clustered in urban areas. So it's very difficult. And especially like in conditions like postpartum depression, we've seen a lot of issues. So in that condition, leaving your little baby at home and going and seeing a psychologist, then the stigma attached to seeking mental health help, and the problems of confidentiality, which mostly like I, being an educationist, sometimes we have encountered our own fresh pass out students. They have violated these norms. And sadly, like one of our students who was working in a prison settings, he has been charged now. He was taken in remand for doing something very heinous. So in those situations, I think a lot of help can be taken through the digital world to connect to people, to provide counseling for people who never come up. And then apart from the geographical availability of these, the mental health, the resources, then I would say that the recent trends, which I personally am working on, is the use of AI, how artificial intelligence can be explored, the efficacy of AI can be seen. And currently, one of my own PhD student is working in developing a AI-powered chatbot. And through this chatbot, we are trying to enhance the well-being of adolescents. And by working on their loneliness, using the social penetration theory, where we believe that the length and the breadth of communication, the amount of self-disclosure a person can make to a machine is much more than in a face-to-face settings. So those kind of issues, and they're showing positive results. And then there are issues like how these digital engagements, especially in the context of children. So what I have observed during my studies, during the COVID times, I've been working with children. in the age group of 16 to 17 years, we've seen that the digital access, the digital divide is actually there. And even in the so-called middle class families, which we feel that they are media rich children and they are the privileged class, but still this is something which we really need to work on, because within that we've seen that it's not as smooth, it is not as hassle-free as we perceive it to be. Even within the middle class families, the children's engagements with the digital technologies, they are structured through their social class. Within the middle class, we have a lot of categorization, then the gender, then even the geographical locations, the problems of connectivity, the problems of bandwidth, having a good internet connection, having rather even electricity connection, because even in the Indian middle class homes, we don't see access to electricity where even they can charge their phones, and having a place where they can be engaging with the digital technologies and study in a peaceful environment, sharing a room with many other people in the family. Although you might be having teachers helping you in the online world, giving you lessons, having live classrooms, but they're not having a proper room for themselves where they can actually talk to the teacher. And many of the times we've experienced that such middle class, even children from middle class families, they do not, they're very shy to switch on their cameras, or whenever they start their mic even to talk to the teacher in the online class, we see a lot of noises, and sometimes they're very embarrassed about their backgrounds. We've seen children who are asking their parents, get me a wallpaper because I am very embarrassed by the condition of the wall behind me. It's in a bad shape and I just don't want to sit in this kind of a setting. So these small things, I think, when coming to digital technologies, so because my work has been limited to the middle class children, and whenever I got it published, one of the papers, it was published in International Journal of Child Maltreatment, other one Children's Society. The reviewers always talked about that you just focus on middle class. Why not on the children who have been totally without technology? But here we have been trying. We've been we have established that it is not such a rosy picture for children who have access to the technologies, to the cyber world. There are a lot of challenges, a lot of issues which they are dealing with as well. So, and then the issue of teletherapy, which was one of the questions raised by how teletherapy is working in the Indian settings. So I think this is a great step, and I've been reading about the success of telecounselors. And as I pointed out earlier, because we have to fill in the treatment gap, and we need to reach out to the people in the most inaccessible places. And sadly, we are sitting on a time bomb of mental health problems where 1 in 4 people, they need a counselor, and 1 in 6 people, they need a psychiatrist in India. So reaching out to them, and the COVID-19 has actually, it's kind of created an emergency like situation, which the Indian government, it's really started on a war footing. And there've been cases of substance abuse, women abuse, and I was reading that more than 2 lakh this distress calls have been received. So I think this is the right step in providing the psychological first aid, because we've seen a lot of mental health problems in India. We see sadly 35 children, students, they're committing suicide every day. And India, sadly again, women in India, especially even in the urban middle class, well-educated families, there's a lot of cases of women depression. So I think these kind of helplines, this teletherapy has a way to go in India. And yes, artificial intelligence needs to be explored, how we can develop better and better these tools to help people. But another thing is that they need to evolve with the time, and they have to be done in collaboration with the industry, the academia, with the stakeholders. So this is something I would like to present here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just going to go down the order that it's in the book. So Dr. Chakraborty, next one's up is you.
Thank you so much. And for everyone who's kind of here in the evening, thank you. So I think it's actually a very diverse panel, because I represent another part of this world. My work usually surrounds representation and the politics of representation. I moved on to looking at the world of mainstream image making or meaning making from the point of view of a practitioner and an academic. And then as an academic, life moved on, and now we are at this juncture where we're looking at digital inclusion. My core area at that point did include the key term empowerment. And I was looking at this triangulation on the traditional screen with a kind of a not so currently used term, which is called emancipatory or emancipation, vis-a-vis empowerment, which is life determining decisions that people take and which is supported by social, legal, and financial edifices. And then to me, it was very important how agency came across on traditional screens. And surprisingly, agency is what is also evolving as we move to this landscape of multiple platforms, different kind of storytelling, and the look at production ecosystems which create this content, media, especially film teams in mainstream. There one has to realize that even gender as a basic construct is somehow oblivious to some storytellers. So you'd be surprised to know that the first SWA, the Screenwriting Association workshop on gender sensitization, occurs in 2018. That is almost more than 100 years of storytelling in this country. And it was taken by Paromita Vora, who's also an IWAT member. So my work largely looks at identity and identities. I look at voice, voices, collective voices, and absent voices. And I think these four terms also move on to the digital space. The pandemic was spent in digging out some traditional data. I was working on the 60 years of FTII's history and how many women have actually graduated from the premier institution. You'd be surprised to know that till then the number was not known. Now it is. 503 actually have graduated from the annals of that institution in the last 60 years. And just to kind of get data going, because data seems to be very, the pet peeve sometimes. Only 15 women were ever trained in the 60 years in sound engineering. So look at the narratives, that are there in this space, which is of sheets and registrars. And I say, also because I have pride in that institution. It's not got to do with just critiquing. This is where I was placed till such time one started looking at the digital space. And there are 2-3 projects which may help understand this concept of digital inclusion. With the Center for Media Studies, we were doing this a project where GIZ and the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship had created Her and Now. And so 30 cities we had to go, and I've attended 11 of them, where we took a film. And what is the film called? The film's called Ritu Goes Online. It's about an entrepreneur, a 20-minute segment. And we would take this film to colleges, to institutions which have women students. And then, build this conversation, peer conversation, right from the basics of who you are, how do you identify yourself, to how do you think Ritu made it? How did she make a 1 crore business? And, the answer to that obviously was Ritu's adaptability in a village in Haryana, where she was willing to go digital. But this whole, 1-hour conversation in these 11 cities revealed that some parameters remain as they are. Some of the girls came up and said, well, I scored good in class 12, but my parents were not even agreeing to send me here. And when dad said, oh, you can take admission, you can't talk to someone who's lower class, And so where do you place then this conversation that we are having today? And definitely digital was a part of those conversations, but it seemed to be 1/3 of what we were doing, because here we were, reflecting on who they are and how they will engage. What we noticed was also that there were a lot of knots to do with self-confidence, like many people have said. Actually, self-doubt came out to be, something which was very prominent. Sometimes the infrastructure allowed them to move ahead or think of a unique idea. It was self-doubt that was holding them. There were girls who were 18 to 20, who were still in first year or second year, who had digital platforms where they were training other girls in a subject of their choice. So those case studies also emerged. So this was almost one, what would I say, a kind of on the ground reflection of how inclusion would have worked or can work when, even the basics of inclusion are then not incorporated. So, it raises more questions than answers. Also, we've been talking about, the collective. And so one of the PhD research happening at our institution is to do with film collectives. I'm not sure how many of you would know this, but there's this huge space or possibility of having collective voice. And one of the reasons the collectives could be successful is the possibility of digital distribution. So that is an area we are kind of working with the scholar. It is, again, an untapped space, but I'm sure it will yield more results. There is also another project which I think may reveal some bits. So we did a workshop of women from, from tribal areas, from underprivileged zones on climate change. And it was called I'm Living It. And there were these girls out of the 30 who hadn't even moved out in Delhi. And for the first time, they were traveling about 20 kilometers. And then there was this workshop about how will you tell the story of the water around you? Or, is there anything else you'd like to talk about? And when they kind of, accepted or understood that they could also tell stories, on the third day, the room looked different. And so these women were, the capacity was built along with media students. So that's also an interesting area to look at. It was learning both ways. Sometimes I also feel that we stand on this digital high point, not understanding that sometimes you just don't need that digital. So, these traditional women, we'd ask them to bring a souvenir to the workshop, and they brought souvenirs, which includes seeds, soil, leaves. And it was surprising that digital natives who I was representing, the students, some of them weren't even aware of how the dal that they eat looks when it is in the pod. So again, I think it's inclusion both ways rather than a one-way inclusion. So traditional versus digital. And last but not the least, at the moment, I'm looking at, we are three kind of faculty. We are developing something on sharenting, which is parenting with social media. And we both was talking about the data, protection and digital privacy. And so we've just begun, and we want to understand, how mothers, kind of leave digital imprints. There's also an element of monetization in that space. It's also to do with the mother's own identity. So we are looking at an intersectionality of another kind. Is this also pertaining to the hegemony or, the same repeated narratives? Or is sharenting going to reveal more? Is it a representation of the neoliberal spaces we live in? So that is work in progress. And last but not the least, my Center for Media Studies experience taught me that this is about reflexivity, intermediality, and purely hybrid. The magic that was created out of these three terms, how the film was overlapping on this peer group, how the peer group was then adding to the film which was already made, and then how we were receiving qualitative and quantitative data inputs from a group which was 18 to 24 was something that I think was very enriching. So this is the kind of work one dabbles in, and largely from a storyteller's point of view.
Thank you so much. And indeed, a different perspective, but with also many overlaps or links, synergies with what we've been talking about before. So Dr. Sharma.
Yes, so as Professor Gauri said, digital is a part of. But eventually, we have to look at the whole journey of digital, particularly in the context of India, because it is something different than the Western societies. So what we see that, it was not the television which has, even set up as the furniture in all the houses, and suddenly smartphone became the reality in the hands of people. And yes, we are talking about rural segment. There are pockets which are not yet in the reach of these devices, but sooner or later they are going to be, because it is the industry, and industry is pushing those boundaries further. So if it is the industry, if it is the market, it has to be the part of it, and it is being the part of it that way. But now if we look at the three aspects of that, we have to understand it from those three layers of you can say interfaces provided in the device, the skills, and also the content. So in those three, you have to look at from that perspective. And yes, meso studies, as you have mentioned in your book as well. So looking at from that point, we know that interfaces are being provided, and now everything is on the click of it. And also, when it comes to skill training, we see that there is a gap. So you have interfaces, you can click it, but you do not know after clicking what you are going to do. So this is the problem. And also in the content, when you click, you receive the content. It is the part and parcel of the pack you get. And we have seen that in our studies of rural area. And I would be also, I want to say that in context, in time and places, the things are different. So we cannot actually universally or generalize the things overall, in Indian context or in the context of country. So in the rural segment, and I'm talking about Bihar, the remote areas of Bihar, the eastern Bihar, where we have found that farmers, small girls, women, and when we say children, they include boys as well. So they do not know how to access the device, but they have YouTube on their screen, and they do not know how to search a particular video. They do not have anything to search particularly, but whatever is trending, they click on it and they get it. So once they get it, it is immersive. This is the very characteristic of digital. Immersion is a part of digital, and that is how you keep on watching something entertaining. This is one episode coming from rural India. If we look at the urban segments, or semi-urban. Before urban, let me give a picture from the semi-urban. Digital is doing wonderful things as well. We have seen that, particularly I have one study to share from Rajasthan. There's one village near to Jaipur that is Goner. It is a kind of semi-urban structure, but the things have changed there. Thankfully, with Facebook, because elderly people do watch that, ladies from other world are open, so they are being flexible towards ghungat. So those are the changes. Now, the change is not drastic, but it is coming in, it is observable. And one, the ghungat is scale down, it is also resulting in the issues related to health concerns and other things, because now the ladies have this smartphone as well. So we see that though they are not able to communicate the things, particularly when it comes to reproductive health, they are not able to communicate it like, earlier also it was a taboo. Even today, it is a taboo when we talk about menstrual periods and all those things. But at least they can access to the information which individually in their privacy. So this is one positive change we are noticing. Similarly, we see that, if some political participation of women is celebrated on digital media, it reaches to all. That is also a kind of aspiration they are getting. So at economic front, at social front, at political participation, yes, it is not drastic, it is not dramatic, but yes, it is starting to move in. It is starting the pace. But aspiration is also a problem. So what we see that these are the things which are there, but those are exceptional, because when it comes to the skills, we see that reception of the message is also one skill. So yes, we are talking about digital literacy. We are talking about digital media literacy. We have to have the digital media content literacy as a part of it. And that is why whenever we talk about digital skills, we, text, we include the audiovisual content in that as well. So how, because whatever videos you are receiving, it is more or less in videos which you are getting. So the video when you receive, it is not the instructional form you are getting, but it is a story. So what message you are taking is totally up to you. So this happens, and there is where we see that consumerism seeps in. When you see, some kind of presentation of one particular figure, you want to be dressed like that person, you want to pose like that person, and it is how, you get into the representation of self. So you do not present yourself as the self, rather you want to represent yourself the way society, again, structural form, as you mentioned it. And we see that gender is so structured. And let me bring, though it is not from digital, but let me bring one advertisement that I always quote. That is MTR goddess figure, if you remember that. The lady with multiple hands carrying the food for everyone. So this aspiration is imposed by, the media here. This is one thing. So that aspiration, you go for consumerism, you work hard for earning money and then spending money. You go to the mall, you just observe how in urban settings people spend their time. So there's another term we got after COVID, that was revenge tourism, but we see a kind of revenge everywhere. When digital has also blurred, we say that digital has blurred time and space boundaries. It has blurred the boundaries between your office and home, between your work and entertainment as well. So you actually go for some kind of revenge. You work and something pops on and you start entertaining yourself, and ultimately you get the fatigue. And this is how it results in, either, you get, if you're not molding yourself the way, because someone was saying in the panel as well that if you're not, if you do not have friends on Instagram, why you are there? If you do not have likes on your post, why you are there? Or if you're not posting. Now that is, the question what Pralay asked, that is it a kind of imposed choice? Because these layers have to be there. Once you have this smartphone, once you are active on one group, you have to be there, be there. So be there is a kind of a struggle you are in. So here I think media literacy has also have to incorporate one, this factor that it is your decision. When we say decision making, you have to make your decisions. Don't feel that peer pressure. That is one thing. And also the other question is related to, how to make the balance, how to bring the balance between your life and work. So we have seen in other there was one study related to that farmers movement, where we have seen that women who are already active in the field, those were actually better managers on the devices, digital devices as well. And they were managing it, and they have that practice of socialization, but they have that time structure given to the digital mode as well. So they are doing it, but how to increase the engagement, and how to provide that quality to engagement is somewhere we have to make a balance again in online and offline devices. That is also needed. So for that, it is always, like Professor Gauri said, that it is a hybrid kind of engagement which we have to look for, and it cannot be something versus, or just keeping something separately, or just aside. So we cannot do that. We have to engage with it in a holistic manner. So if we say educational front, NEP is bringing that push, or it is asking to go for digital empowerment, but also it has that value education component. So if we are balancing it with value education component, we can do it, but again, implementation is the key. So
thank you very much on that note. I will move to our online guest, Dr. Sarvesh.
Thank you so much. Happy to share the space with our esteemed guests and panelists. Thank you so much. So yeah, the speakers have already spoken about the balance, which I would also be focusing on. And I'll start with a disclaimer that most of our researches are oscillating between surveillance and empowerment, So digitization, to what extent that it doesn't lead to surveillance. And it also gives an impetus to agency enhancement and empowerment. So with that disclaimer, plus the disclaimer of pragmatism, that now we are at a stage where we cannot expunge one thing and prioritize one over another, as our previous panelists have also spoken about. So John Dewey's, Ambedkar's pragmatism, within that realm of pragmatism, because when we're talking about digitization, a lot of concerns emerge. So we have to address those concerns as well, and about the mental spaces that we have entered. So the statement I keep hearing a lot is, the propensity towards frivolity has increased. So how to balance it out with, let's say, long forms in media, or how to deal with short forms and still maintain some level of reasonableness for the reader. So I'll start with the work that I've already been doing regarding digital divides. So how structures affect digital experiences. That's what I was looking into. We had a project with Massey University on gender digital divide, and then we extended the project to gender digital divide and incorporated rural urban divide. We also looked into other neighboring countries. It showed that there were a few factors. For example, some findings were quite intriguing, because we saw that when we raised this question of internet stability, or so we saw that women mostly felt that they had unstable internet connectivity, and they complain about connectivity issues. So we were surprised that within the same region, with the same background, why are they having this kind of differential experience? Then we realized, with other further probing and other questions, that they were using other person's hotspot, and their devices were not that efficient. So older devices. So how the possession of devices, ownership, and dependency was affecting their experiences of their digital experiences. Then we also felt that in urban areas, the most of the situation was quite similar, but they still felt that there was some level of flexibility, some level of digital flexibility and self-paced learning, which was completely missing in rural areas. So in terms of agency enhancement, people who already had or were at a certain stage, they could explore multiple platforms much better than the people who were not equipped. Another important finding was what we felt that people who were dependent on budgeted services, for example, public options for internet, they were affected the worst, because they completely lost access to those budgeted services. This can be improved by providing more such, because we saw that people are dependent on budgeted services and public internet access. So this could be, this could be mitigated by providing more such infrastructural arrangement. Then we saw that students who were coming back after pandemic and with the experience of online learning, they didn't have, or they had lesser sense of shared space, which was a concern. Then sense of responsibility towards, let's say, university campuses, decision-making was hampered. Many institutions were not prepared for such abrupt transition during COVID-19. So some of the students whose family background wasn't, they couldn't support their education any further. They had to drop out because they felt that this would not serve the purpose. Online education was not really serving the purpose, and they didn't find it enough meaningful. So they had to drop out. Some students completely lost touch during that period, and they could never come back. So here we want to make a point that a combination of on-campus learning and online or virtual training, so that people are prepared for such a transition. It's not a sudden or abrupt transition, and students have this in their imagination that this is the extension and it's not a complete disruption. So these were the things that we realized. And then we were focusing on autophotography for qualitative researches, where we could give assignments to students who would take their picture in the background and of the background, or the settings or the timeline that they would prefer to take photographs in. We realized that it was easy to take photographs where you have a nice scenery, where people happy dining or food pictures, but extremely difficult when the scene behind you is unsettling. So how do you place yourself in that scene was a huge challenge. So digital learning involves all these things, how you are envisioning, how you are imagining, because imaginations, plus, even if you've taken those photographs, it's difficult to post such photographs because you don't know whether you have to smile, whether you have to be serious. You are not sure of how it's going to be perceived. So imaginations converse. So this kind of a deep understanding, and when we are showing pictures to people, that is that's literally a snapshot of reality. We don't know the deeper history of things in the digital spaces. When we post, we don't know the far future that it might project. So training people into this digital literacy would empower digital citizenship if these things or concerns are taken into account. And for this, socio-psychological structures have to be understood deeply, which are existing or the pre-existing socio-psychological structures, and then we can superimpose technological structures with an understanding of that. For example, during this period, I also had another project in Kashmir, and women in bordering areas, they had a lot of health issues, and it was difficult to navigate, to connect with people. So, some emergency centers or crisis management centers in nearby places, or closed crisis centers, they felt that if something of that sort was available, and if connectivity was stable, they could connect better with the rest of the people and the mainstream health system. This was also felt in places like Jharkhand, where the communities like Pahadia, who are isolated, and they prefer to be that way. So in the previous panel also, the concern was raised whether it's, are we going to impose things on people and make it and turn it into surveillance, or it's when people demand something like that. So in that area, people demanded something like this, where they felt that when the ration was supplied to them, the terrain was not such that you could navigate very easily. So people reached a point, the service providers, and then the community had to come down to collect from them. But on many occasions, this happened that the ration was over and it was not enough for people. So they had to wait for long, or the people didn't turn up, the service providers, on the fixed day. Just again, something of this sort, some crisis center close to their places of habitation would have helped in this situation, because they also have to spend time and a day's work is gone. Similarly, skill development programs, for example, we saw that a lot of things, the skills that are being provided, plus the skills that they already have, they need market and technological access. So access to market and access to technology, especially in case of women, where they knew skills, they had the craft, but they could not market it, especially the women coming from underprivileged castes and communities, where they need a bigger market, because the market where they are existing is not enough, because those items would be considered as luxury items, which is difficult to market in their area. So they need a bigger market, and digitization can help them, and digital literacy can help them. So we've seen that digitization has to be complemented with some sort of human resource. Otherwise, what happens, the schemes are introduced and they are withdrawn because of failures or lack of proper infrastructure in place. So these are the things that we realized had to be addressed. And there was one very unfortunate case with Rabari community. They take their camels, they are nomadic. So as Amartya Sen has pointed out, that there are old problems and there are new problems. So it's not that old problems are gone completely and new problems have emerged. These things are happening simultaneously. Some old problems are addressed, but the new problems, for example, the problem of vigilantism, or the laws that already existed, bovine laws, let's say, now vigilantism has increased around those laws. So these community members, when they were traveling, they were arrested and they were accused, and there were allegations against them that they're going to do something which goes against these laws. So maybe route mapping of these communities or some sort of arrangement, because these are quite close-knit communities and they have their leaders, they have so some sort of communication with them and digitization of those routes would be able to address the new problems, because we cannot completely do away with it. So there's also their concerns were raised that it might lead to surveillance, which is not a welcome step. But in the given situation, to prevent, as we say that in conflict studies or in any sort of crisis study, we also have to think about preventive measures. So preventive, mitigation, management, resolution, transformation. So transformation, by the time transformation comes, we also need to think about preventive measures. And and also what we're noticing in terms of mental health is the kind of information that is being displaced and proposed to the reader. For example, the bait of most of our panelists in media studies, they would explain it better. The bait of 2 minutes read, 3 minutes read, 4 minutes read, which is already mentioned with the headlines of the reports or articles. It provides, for what Marshall McLuhan had and Suzanne Sontag had created, had warned us against the virtual culture or the new oral culture, which is different from the old orality. Old orality still had some sort of sequence, some sort of structure. It was more sequential and more reasonable. It had sort of meaning. Here we have the information that we are collecting is more horizontal than vertical. So which is too scattered. So people who have the will and the conviction to really go into the deeper histories for a vision for the future, they are doing it, but most of us are consuming it in a horizontal, scattered, haphazard manner, which is not leading to real attachments and sense of belongingness to the issues. And we have a sense of emotion of that issue, which is very fleeting and it passes very quickly. We are not completely immersed in those ideas and emotions, which is lacking. So again, a market would not cater, because I was also talking to a few of our friends from media and organizations, and I don't know if they are here participating, but they also said that organizations are aware about these things, but then that's what market is. There's competition, they can't really, so they will cater to the demands that emerge. So how to create those demands and how to train people into digital spaces, I think most of our schools, colleges, universities have to address about how to create readers and how to consume information, because if the demand will be created in such a way, market will cater to it. Otherwise, we can't expect market to inculcate certain habits. Market will only cater to the demands that we have. So keeping all these things in mind, and also about OTT, what we're seeing. So it was interesting to listen to filmmaker Adur Gopalakrishnan, a senior filmmaker, who says that OTT will destroy cinema. He was concerned and he was very sure. So he feels that OTT will destroy cinema because it does not lead to that sort of a meditative experience which cinema does, because you have a setting, you're completely focused. It gives in his words, it's a meditative experience. And when we talk about democratization in OTT, we hear a lot of actors, directors talking about screenwriters, script writers, about democratization of space. We see, yes, there is, but then there is also invisibility of the already invisible people, the cinematographers, the people behind the scenes. So it has led to further invisibilization of those art forms and creative fields. Which Adur Gopalakrishnan says that in cinema, you give importance to everything, the sound, the cinematography, which is lacking in OTT, but we can't expunge certain media platforms or ways of watching completely. So within the realm of pragmatism, again, I would also want to throw these questions and would like to listen to what others have to speak about it. So yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you very much for joining us online and to all the other speakers. So I think, I'm sitting here as a professor of digital inequalities. So I guess my questions for all of you are going to be a little bit along those lines in terms of some of you have talked specifically about how there's very specific experiences from maybe perhaps vulnerable or kind of marginalized groups. So we heard about how this was especially apparent during the pandemic, as we just heard. And to you, I'm going to ask these questions about how can this work around well-being and these differential experiences of well-being in some of these marginal communities actually how can we learn lessons as a more generalized society, build a more inclusive, more resilient, perhaps, social and digital ecosystems? And to the others who, also when we talk about representation or when we talk about mental health, I would ask the question about, because kind of one of the things I say in my book is that this is actually the area around mental health and well-being where there's the least study of inequalities. So there is still a kind of idea of media effects, like that these are general for everybody. When people talk about the effects of social media, that this is the same for everybody, right? Like we're all kids are all equally going to, have their brain mushed and not being able to pay attention anymore, or have issues of self-esteem. So for the other kind of speakers, Dr. Chandu and Chakraborty, I'm actually going to ask you how different people feel different kind of senses of detrimental, maybe kind of mental health, but also the positive effects, who is more likely to take that up, but also in terms of representation, who's more likely to overcome that self-doubt and represent certain versions of femininity, perhaps, or feel empowered to do that. So maybe I can start first with Dr. Sharvesh, and we can talk about the resilient digital ecosystems and learning from that, and with Dr. Sharma. Yeah, go ahead.
So it is actually, I look back into the history to get the answers of future. So when the mass communication, particularly television, came in India, we were talking about communication for development. And I think still it has the key. We have to get into the need-based approach, equity-based approach to look into the answers. And also, there are segments which are still, though we are doing good on literacy, but still it is needed. And when we say literacy, literacy has to have the fold of education and not only literacy, because here we are getting the real problem. We have, even that is what I feel. I think you may disagree upon it, but in higher, in the field of higher study as well, we face certain problems related to the real value of education, so degree attainment. So we have to work upon it, and that is where we can, change the orientation to give perspective to things, to how to look at the things. Because today, what I feel that, there was some question related to adoptability of digital. But, we know that the pace is slow when it comes to certain good things to be adopted. Sorry, I'm using this value-laden term, but I do not know how to express it otherwise. But when it comes to hate speech, we know that, we have seen hate speech converting into hate crime within no time. So there are deeper questions. We have to look at with context, and context is the one thing which, like you said, knowledge and community communication, how it transforms the whole surrounding and environment or ecosystem. Similarly, we have to look at the need-based practices, and we know that we have complexity in terms of diversity as well, and to answer those questions, we have to, go beyond the uniformal approach or the generalized approach. We have to look into the needs, basically. For example, if some group is needing a particular skill set, we have to, bring those answers according to that skill set. Another area, maybe like we are talking about health. So if there is a particular need related to a particular disease, we have to look into that particular area to bring up. So that is how I see that it has to be need-based, and yet it has to be holistic, incorporating various stakeholders like education. And I think you have mentioned it in the theme as well, that policymakers have to be part of it, because when we talk about India as a context, we have to look into the regulations as well. Though there are bodies who are not into, those are not in favor of regulations, but looking at the need of time, we have seen, we are observing what has happened in in Manipur recently, and it is still going on, and how digital as one, part of it, we have to recognize also the need of regulation, because this is the technology which is coming from outside. We know that in the USA, there are no regulations per se when it comes to, beyond a certain point. The government there has asked AI agencies to come with self-regulatory frame. And if you look into the lawsuit history there, you will find that it is always corporate versus corporate. So we do not see any, safeguard coming from the other side. So in that context, we have to bring our own mechanism, because that is how we are going to balance it. Okay, so that is one thing. And also when I say policymakers, again, we have to also incorporate the local government, local bodies into it. So that is how I see it.
Dr. Chauvesh, maybe you can comment a little bit on how the specific case studies and experiences that you've observed and researched during COVID, what are the lessons that we can in general learn about this relationship between technology, well-being, for maybe beyond those specific contexts that you learned? What are the universal lessons, let's say, after we just heard that it's the context?
Okay, about COVID, you
No, I was okay.
Online, online speaker. So if you could comment on this, on how the specific studies that you looked at, or the specific experiences that you observed in these communities, how they actually might have lessons to build this kind of a more inclusive and social ecosystem for all of us.
Yeah. Yes. We saw that a lot of things were happening during COVID, but are they going to affect structural changes? We had major doubts. And what are the things that could be done to bring about structural changes? For example, there was mobilization. So digital spaces have helped in mobilizing. For example, when most of the students who had to leave hostels, trains were not available. So people mobilized, and then Shramik, as we say, the passenger trains, or they were also called Shramik trains, where the labor class as usual travels. So those trains were provided, which didn't have facilities. So on the way, there were a lot of problems. Food, water wasn't available. The track was changed during COVID. So a lot of mobilization happened through that, through Twitter. It was also carried by many media houses, and it did help people and students. Similarly, there were a lot of, there was an issue of water crisis in one place in Jharkhand, in Gumla region. So people again mobilized, and then water tanks were fixed and were put in place. Another case happened recently in Pune airport. So airport authority was contacted, and then the sanitary pad vending machine was repaired, and otherwise people were suffering, and we witnessed all that. So despite this kind of mobilization that happens in digital spaces, which feels that it feels that it has empowered people to connect with the authorities, as Dr. Sharma was also talking about, that how to include authorities, how to include stakeholders. Even when stakeholders are included, they respond, but structural changes are not seen. Those changes are individual, case-based things which are limited to one particular issue. Even in that region, it doesn't bring about structural changes. For example, when we talked about underprivileged caste, women and underprivileged community, access to technology would definitely give them more information and help them gain some sort of digital capital. So here I'll also bring in the point of social capital versus digital capital. So already the underprivileged group, which doesn't have social capital and doesn't seem to develop anytime soon, digital capital can definitely work in their favor, which they also expressed that if they had the knowledge of this technology, or if they knew how to run these platforms, they could have taken advantage. So to a limited extent, as a starting point, digital capital can help. Apart from that, as I mentioned previously, certain communities which felt that there was the need of nearest crisis centers where information and communication was possible, be it in the tribal areas or in the bordering areas like Chaukibal in Kashmir, in Jharkhand, where connectivity issues were there. In Himachal, where we came across a Gujar community, which was there's a difference. In Gaddi community, people are semi-nomadic, or people are semi-settled. So most of the family members are settled, but and a few of them travel for various reasons, cattle and market. But in Gujar community, especially the Muslim Gujar community, they are completely, the entire family goes together. So there were issues where women on the go faced health issues. So the facilities were made available in the form of mobile clinics and mobile schools, but they were withdrawn by 2019-20, I believe, because it wasn't functional, it didn't serve the purpose, it was a burden. They could not have that sort of human resource and manpower. But then, of course, this could be again mitigated with the help of technology if, again, some nearest crisis centers or some centers which can cater to, and again, tracking the route of these communities would have helped. So digitization in those terms, but again, which should not lead to, so there has to be a clause, a caveat. To what extent will it be intrusive? Because these communities also don't want intrusion, deep intrusion. So to what extent would they feel? Again, I would point out, for example, in Jharkhand, the issue I was talking about, the water crisis, and people wanted public water taps and water tanks in their area. Otherwise, they had to travel many kilometers to fetch water. But similar case in Mysore happened, where the administrators felt that it would be a good idea to place water taps because women had to travel, because in rural areas, women go fetch water. So that's the norm when we think about gender geographies. So the water tap was placed. But women, when this person visited them, they were not happy. It was not a welcome step, because they felt it was their we time, where women could travel together and go to those places and come back and away from family, where they could discuss their problems and issues. So again, we cannot have these generalized understanding of one place and implementing the same in another place. Another issue we faced was with the students of neurodivergent inclination. So neurodivergent students, for them, we realized that regardless of what we did, we were not equipped to deal with their issues because we were not really thinking in those terms, because when they are around and in online spaces, it's extremely difficult where screens are not where the way I am indulging in monologue here, most of the time we were indulging, teachers were launched into monologues. So that was one learning. We realized that this has to be incorporated in our pedagogy and pedagogical experiences and learning experiences. The needs of neurodivergent students and the separate arrangements with such students who took a lot of time to gain normalcy, as we would say, and because a lot was lost. We know that most of the students lost that time, but there were people with special needs who had to be, their needs had to be addressed very differently, which we're still struggling with. We are still trying to figure out methods and measures to deal with such a situation for the future. So structural changes, my worry is how these platforms, which seem to be mobilizing people immediately, people spring into action, but to what extent are they going to transform things structurally? Because structural transformation has to be the goal of digitization. If it's not happening, then this would just be a thing which exists but doesn't bring about changes at structural level, be it in terms of gender dynamics, caste dynamics, class dynamics, rural-urban divide. So that's what we realized, that
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to interrupt you really, but we are already running late,
Yes.
and I do want to give the other speakers a
Yes,
guess.
I'll just make a quick point here about when things are implemented, there has to be follow-up for that, because that's what we realized on field, that things were put in place, but then they were left like that, and there were no follow-up activities for that, and there were no scrutiny of the things that were implemented. So to complete it, if you're taking an initiative, complete it rather than leave it at the first stage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So no universal, the universal lesson is that we can't make any assumptions about these things working universally in the same ways. Maybe I can ask first Dr. Sandhu and then Dr. Chakraborty to take the word. I think we'll leave the Q&A for people to contact the speakers separately, because we are running a little bit late and it's been a long day. But so you will have the last words, I think, before we do a thank you.
So I want to say something more about the digital inequalities, basing upon one of my research studies, which we conducted last year in Srinagar, Baramulla, and in two places. And it's not been published yet, but I would like to share some of the experiences of the school children in Baramulla and Kashmir. And it was really sad to know that these children who are currently in standard 9th or 10th, they said that it's been years that we have been actually devoid of education. For 1 year, the schools were shut because of Burhan Wani, and then the Asifa, and then the lockdown. And within that, they said we were not getting enough, even 10% of what actually we are taught in the schools. So literally they've been thrown out of education for at least 4 years. So they said that the last time we went to school was in class 5th, and then probably 9th or 10th standard, they're joining back to school. And during those times, they said that the government's decision to suspend the internet because of some law and order situations, because of political situations, is something which we really need to think about, and we really need to advocate that, because it really harms the children. It further leads to inequalities. Those children who don't have access to education because of all these law and order situations due to climatic living in particular geographies. So and then not getting adequate internet. So that is further going to magnify, that is further going to widen the gap between the children, as I see. And then when it comes to the questions of how we can include children, so there've been studies where we've seen that children, they are actually very proactive themselves. We have evidence from cases, studies related to cyber mohallas, the kiosks where children, they've taken to technology like anything, and they have adapted to technology, although they were the first generation users of technology in the villages. But here we need to understand that although the self is socially constructed, children are agents. And one of my studies, we've observed that children navigated through the challenges of online education, the sudden availability of internet to them. And of course, they realized the dangers. They were subjected to a lot of issues related to cyber hate, cyberbullying, then the temptation to fall into the net addiction, into getting the world of PUBG, where they have seen their own cousins getting trapped in that. But with the right amount of lessons on cyber hygiene, etiquettes, and lessons of online safety. So I think we can trust children, and most of the children, they show the evidence that yes, they could navigate through the challenges of technology pretty well, though despite being the first generation users of technology. But I think we need to advertise more about using the media itself to talk more about internet safety, especially for children. That goes a long way in protecting our children and creating safer cyberspaces for them.
Thank you very much. And then Dr. Chakravarti.
I'm going to pick on the safety point of view, from the point of view of, that's too much of repetition, from a sense of storytelling. And, you know, Dr. Sarvesh was talking about how Adur talks about cinema. And I just would like to bring to the fore that, you know, in the digital space, it's about the visual and the audio. And you see less textual information. It's also about reading less. And imagine that storytellers go through rigorous training, you know, to create storylines. And what we are seeing right now is the short format and the long episodic format. And within this large landscape, there is authorship and intentionality. So my submission, as almost the last panel of the day, would be that when in the morning you talk about critical literacy, I'm averse to, you know, media literacy. I somehow feel that at the end of the day, all of you out there are talking my language. And when I say my, I mean people of my fraternity. So during the pandemic, you know, the institution I was working with, the media school was told to train the scientists in storytelling, the engineers in storytelling. And suddenly we felt so important, you know, because we were asked to tell them how to package their lecture on a screen in 30 minutes. And that's my argument, and it's been there all the time, that, you know, there is a science behind how you engage with a community. And what we should do is, and I agree that, you know, you can't expunge suddenly, you know, an entry into our lives. But what I'm trying to negotiate or renegotiate is that in terms of the people who are using technology, who are being included, if there was more capacity building on authorship and intentionality, you know, on literacy and how to interpret content, I think it should be a norm. And if for those who are from the media, you know, there was a distinct difference between some of us who'd been through film appreciation and a common spectator. And I would rather pitch, we should all, we should make sure that most of the digital users understand, this part of the digital influx and the kind of ways in which it dominates our physical health, our mental health, our well-being in totality today. And that's how I'd probably summarize it.
Okay, so everybody needs to learn how to tell their story and reach an audience, which is then the second step, right? When we have a talk about voice. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to all the wonderful presentations. Also, Dr. Shavesh online joining us. And I think, did you want to close this session and then move on to the next one, or do we need to do the photo? I believe that's now the tradition. Yeah. Dr. Shavesh, we need to do a photo with you online. We're going to stand in front of the screen so that we have a group photo. So I could just ask you to stay for a few minutes. Yeah. Thank you so much to all the panelists, first of all. Can you direct us to stay where we? Yeah. As well.
Thank you, dear panelists and Dr. Hesper, for this session. We now move towards the end of this symposium for the first day. And I would like to call upon my colleague, Saurav Adhikari, consultant and lead data analytics at Policy and Development Advisory Group, to come up here for closing remarks. Thank you.
I'll just keep it really short. So good evening, everyone. I think we've had 3 wonderful sessions exploring some of the most crucial topics, and not only like wonderful, but also very insightful sessions to emphasize on surrounding labor markets, digital literacy, and digital well-being. Also, the last session went much more than just digital well-being. We were also honored to have Dr. Helsper's insightful keynote address at the beginning, the measures of DiSTO, and we'll be really curious about how this 2-day symposium and the further research that we do could help also develop this sort of a measure that we can use, let's say, for India later on. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the esteemed panelists for sparing this precious time amidst their busy schedules, and also to all the participants, both in person and online, who contributed to the success of this event. Tomorrow, day 2 of the symposium promises to be equally engaging as we welcome practitioners, policymakers, civil society members, and industry stakeholders. And together we'll delve into 3 more critical themes on digital infrastructure and security, financial inclusion, and lastly, inclusive strategies for marginalized communities. For those of you joining us again tomorrow, we're excited to continue this journey with you. And to those who are still deciding whether to participate either physically or virtually, if this first day has piqued your interest, we'd be more than happy to welcome you back. Thank you everyone for making this event so meaningful, and we're looking forward to another enriching day together. So take care, and we hope to meet again soon. Thanks a lot. Okay, so can we all just come together, maybe all the panelists, participants, for a photo, if that's fine with all? Yeah. Thanks a lot.